I see you dancing, I'm like, hola, 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 hola. With your move fancy, make me wanna hola, 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 hola. I got your attention, spending that moolah, 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 moolah. I'm a drop poppin', pocket, swola, 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 swola. Swola, 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 swola. Swola, swola, swola. When I see you dancing, I'm like, hola, 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 hola. See your move fancy, make me wanna hola, 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 hola. I got your attention, spending that moolah, 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 moolah. I'm a drop poppin', pocket, swola, 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 swola.
What's up, y'all? Okay, before we start, we're gonna do something we used to do more often. Because I have some things to rant about. Got a couple things. But it's gonna start with, like, I don't think I've ever seen a faster, more insane downfall of, like, just general positivity and love for an actor as fast as this has happened if they haven't been involved in, like, some crime or, like, you know, something similar, like crime adjacent or accusations or whatever. That's the only time I've ever seen the downfall or, like, just, like, general public opinion of an actor falls as fast as this person. And they came out with a trailer for the person that I'm talking about, a movie that he's in, which, who knows, you know, Fantastic Four, they've tried to do it a couple of times and it's never really hit the mark. But I will say, I did watch the other Fantastic Fours back when I was, like, growing up because Jessica Alba was in them. That's all it took. I didn't know anything about Fantastic Four. I didn't care at all. I don't even really remember the movies, but I remember Jessica Alba was in them, and I was like, I'll see that. I'll see that. Because that's how easy it is sometimes. Just, you know? It's not complicated. Okay, let's watch this. This just came out recently. New Fantastic Four trailer.
Building.
Alien life was always a foregone conclusion.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming to bring you.
And I want y'all to guess who I'm talking about, or who I was talking about, if you can. It should be pretty easy. There's only like a couple people. There's 4 of them. There's 4 people. So who was it that I was talking about? The public opinion. I got a new game yesterday, and so far it's fun. Wait, what is it? Is it another crazy open world destruction game?
A special look at Marvel Studios' The Fantastic Four. First steps.
I've been a huge fan of the Fantastic Four since the beginning.
So what is this? First look behind the scenes?
Was too hard to pass up.
So this isn't even like a real trailer?
For the first time ever at Marvel Studios,
Kevin Feige.
we can make
Or
a
Feig,
Fantastic
I
Four
don't-
movie.
We're gonna build this retro future world. Build real sets, real locations. Reed's
Lots of
lab,
destruction,
Baxter
not
Building,
open world
this
though.
incredible
Ultra kill.
Times Square
Dude,
backlot
Project.
set.
I don't think I've ever met someone that plays more games that I've never heard of. That all sound interesting. Like, I think that that's what's insane. And that this is where my my core rant will get into is that it's insane how many games there are. You know what I mean? Just like overall. every day I feel like there's like thousands or hundreds of games that are released, and you know, game takes time and money to make, so that it's just crazy to think about. But I was trying to see if I could find like an overview of the Bandai Namco Summer Showcase, but I don't see like a, you know, here's top games from the showcase or anything like that, which is kind of crazy because you'd think someone would have a video by now. It's a live reaction. There's 3 lines that sum up the game. Humankind is dead, blood is fuel, hell is full. There we go. It's a movement shooter and it's fun. Dude, that's awesome. I like when it's like quick, you know, to the point. You can kind of get a good idea of what the core concepts of the game are just by what you said, essentially. Yeah, no one has videos. Okay. Well, either way, the actor I was talking about was Pedro Pascal. I feel like he went from like the most beloved, like he was like, who's someone I could compare him to? Like, who's that guy that's in, his name's Oscar something. He's in Andor. That guy, Oscar Isaac. Or like, just, you know, someone that's like, kind of like Keanu Reeves or someone who's just like, no one really has anything bad to say about him. They see him in a movie, they're like, oh, that's a good actor, I'd see that movie because they're in it. And then like within the last maybe year, now it's like every time I see people talking about a movie that Pedro Pascal is in, they're just like, seriously, he's in another movie, or like, I can't stand that guy, or like something negative about him. And so it's kind of crazy to see. It is quick, like really quick, especially if you want to P rank, aka perfect rank every level. Like if you want to know my favorite level, I'm pretty sure it's 7-4. If you want to check it out, just search like, here, let's see if we can find something. Ultra Kill 7-4 P rank. This reminds me of like so far like Jedi Knight games, or like I didn't really play Doom back in the day, but just like this visually, like that old school visuals. Okay, so it's kind of like puzzle FPS 90s game. Like, I don't even know how to explain this. Maybe even before the 90s. I don't know when those games were. But like Jedi Knight, those ones, like with that, where you would just hold the gun, like all you could see was the gun in front. And like, you know, the gun play wasn't great, but it was like, at that time, it was the dopest thing you've ever seen. Doom vibes, yeah. Or like Quake or something, right? I feel like I played Quake growing up, but I don't really remember it that well. Seems like there's a lot of shit going on though. I think it's sick when they can make a game like this and like have it be fun, because I feel like everyone's trying to make like nostalgic games, but just for the sake of making nostalgic games, like, and this is actually the kind of part of the thing I wanted to talk about. But it definitely looks interesting, for sure. Like, I don't know if I would play it. Like, visually, I am like a graphics whore to a certain extent. Like, I have a really hard time going back, and even if it's like a modern game that's meant to look old, I have a hard time going back and playing like even a game like Red Dead Redemption 1, which isn't an old game, but it's like old enough that I'm like, you know. And like, that's a bad example because that's such a good game that like I played it not even too long ago. But yeah, just like that core concept of like where there's like a clear shift in like graphical fidelity, but like it's kind of like watching like 90s TV shows or something where you're just like, even though you liked it growing up, you're like, this isn't the same. We need new games instead of different takes on existing ones. That is one of the things. But my big like problem is, and this is what I wanted to look at with the Bandai Namco. We'll just watch some of these random like trailers for things that they announced, because we've had all of these game shows, game festival, whatever showcases, and it's like every single one, I feel like 85% of it is just like slop garbage, and not in the way that you might think of, but like My Hero Academia. It's a huge anime. I've heard of it, so, and I'm not into anime, so that's like, oh, okay, cool. They're making a My Hero Academia game. Let's see if it's gonna be cool.
We'll blast through to your main body. Come on, guys!
Todoroki, because of you, I'm the person I've always wanted to be.
I'm not losing sight of you. We haven't been able to talk about love and romance yet.
From now on, this is our story. He's badly injured.
I've got to defeat him. Right, Izuku?
I also can't pretend I didn't see you crying in there! Shut up, you insignificant pest!
See, and I'm not like a big fan of like fighting games like Tekken or whatever, and it kind of looks like that's what this is trying to be, is like one of those types of games. But like, to me, it just looks like, okay, somebody just got licensing. It's not like somebody was like, okay, we have this amazing IP. How do we make something that's like going to give it the justice it deserves? They're just like, okay, we have Street Fighter already. Let's just license these characters and just put it into Street Fighter. You go to like, and this isn't even the best example. Like, where was the one? There was another anime. I can't even think of what it was called, because I was just listening and watching a little bit of this while it was happening. But like, here's another one. And it's just like, what the fuck is this? It's like fake Gundam, but it's like also like, what is the point of putting this game out? What is this? Like, they're just like visual novels that have, but it just feels like super low effort on a lot of these games. And like, I've heard someone say, Bellular News, if you've ever watched his videos, was talking about how like when the Steam Summer Games Fest or Showcase or whatever they did happened, he was like explaining how people are upset because the AAA games, there's not like a lot of those AAA games, those like big wow moments anymore in all of these Summer Games Fest or like all of these games showcases. And he is like, well, it's because, you know, the industry has changed and like the games that are becoming the most successful are games like Expedition, like Clair Obscur, Expedition 33 or whatever it's called. And like those types of games, which was made by a smaller studio, this and that. But it was like, I hate that the concept is that like all these companies are deciding, okay, well, the games that are making the most money are games that don't cost a lot. So let's just make a shit ton of those shit games and pump them out because they're way cheaper than the core issue, which is just make AAA games, but make them better, make them good. Because like people are so desperate. Like every single game showcase we see, there's 1,000 of these stupid side scroller, visual novel, puzzle games that it's like someone trying to be another game that was successful, that was from that genre, and trying to like put their spin on it. And because they're cheaper to make and they're quicker to make, they can just pump out 100 of them and then hope that one of them hits, instead of like putting all your eggs into the basket of like a AAA game and developing something and marketing it and making a really amazing game that could, you know, sell, like could make $1 billion, but like they'd rather make whatever $10,000 100 times or 1,000 times or whatever. And it's just like so annoying to me because I'm like, I don't know a lot of people that like to play these types of games, like the platformer, side scroller, but every single games show that we've had, especially because like the summertime is when all of the big ones happen. It's like 85% of it is just shit games that not even a single part of it look interesting to me. Like as soon as I see it's a side scroller or a platformer or a roguelite or whatever, I'm just like, oh, okay, that's not for me. Because I like that just doesn't even interest me at all. And based on how like public reception has been about all of these game shows, is that like nobody's excited about them. So who are they making the games for? Like it's so annoying, dude. Because it's like the core problem isn't AAA games. It's the fact, it's the way you're making AAA games. Or it's like Path of Exile 2 is a great example. They made, it's like a AA studio or whatever, but like they just made a good game. And so people like it. And, you know, like FromSoft isn't a AAA studio, but anything that they make, people are going to buy because of the reputation that they have. And like, I wasn't a huge fan of Night Rain. Like, I think it's cool for what it is. I have had a good time playing it, but like, I see what they're doing and I appreciate it because they're trying to do something different. They're trying to see if they could like create an online type FromSoft game, and how they could figure that out with the servers and like what kind of game mode they could design where they could bring in a whole new group, like a whole new audience of people without changing the core concepts of what makes their games great. Because like what most people do is they're like, okay, we don't, like 2% of our audience is female, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna make Call of Duty, but like all of the characters are female, and like one of the missions is you have to go like save a nail salon or something. And it's like, no, because then you're alienating all your guy fans because they don't want to do that. So instead of like shifting everything just to try to bring in an audience that you're probably not going to bring in anyway, make little tweaks to what's great and try new things to make new people interested. And like, you see that so many times with AAA games where they're just like, they blow everything up, or they just go so far one direction to try to attract an audience that they're not reaching, when they don't realize you're going to reach a much bigger audience overall by just making a better version of whatever the fans of your franchise like. Just make it better and, like, you know, keep iterating on it and like have good practices. Like, the less microtransactions that are involved, like there's like clear signs that like consumers have been throwing out to these developers for years, that it's like, okay, this game, people like loved it. Like Helldivers, for instance, they did like a battle pass thing, and there was like a bunch of stupid stuff that Sony did with Helldivers, but like with their battle passes, it was like, if you don't complete your battle pass, you can still complete it the next season. Like, you can still unlock battle passes if you didn't have time to complete it the first time. Stuff like that, like, builds a insane amount of trust from your consumer base, because it's still a microtransaction. You still have to spend money on it. But if I spend money on something and I don't have time to play it, then like, why? That doesn't make any sense. I was buying the battle pass. I wasn't buying the battle pass for a month. And so like, there's little things like that that I've never understood. And I really want to buy, like, I haven't even played Helldivers yet, but like, they've had issues because they've, you know, but like, they've also listened to the fans. Like, when they change something and then a bunch of people freak out, and so then they're like, okay, well, that didn't work. It's kind of like Path of Exile 2. They have their most recent league, when it came out, everybody was like, no, this isn't it. We don't like this. And so they've been spending all this time like fixing all of those things. And it's like, when you see that, that builds way more consumer, like, long-term consumer trust, and like, they're going to spend way more money if they feel like you're being genuine and you're listening and you're making valuable changes. And like, it's just so frustrating. But like, these types of games, I just don't get. Looks like an anime trailer, like, for show. Yeah, exactly. I haven't seen any game at all I've been excited about. Yeah, and I'm the same way. Like, there was and like, here's the thing is, like, you think back to like those game type shows, and there would be like a new GTA trailer, and then like a Dark Souls trailer, and you know, there was like 3 or 4 of those games that you're like, holy shit, I didn't even know this was being like in production or whatever. And now it's like one of those games for the entire show. And like for the Steam Fest, what was that? Here's another one I need to watch, because this one actually looked interesting, The Blood of the Dawnwalker. But I wanted to look up, it was kind of like, seemed like a Souls-like, but like vampire style, vampire Souls-like Steam Games Fest something. No, it's not Wu Chang. Okay, Wu Chang is another one, but this one a lot of people already knew about. I think they had a trailer for this one too. And this one looks like it's going to be solid, but it's like, you get what I mean? Like, the biggest game show of the year.
Really what you wanted?
Like, and you have one game or 2 games that even look relatively interesting.
Fate is all set in stone. You can't change how it ends.
Helldivers is a banger, by the way. Helldivers devs are goated. Yeah, the Sony, like, forcing people to make a Sony account even if they're playing on Steam and doing all that stuff was really stupid. But like, this game, I see this and I'm like, And like, I'm not like, I don't see this and think, dude, this is gonna be one of the best ever. But I see it, and at the very least, I'm like, oh, this looks interesting. Like, I'd play this.
What will it take?
But it's made by Chinese game studio. So that's the other problem, is like, AAA games aren't dead. It's just Western game developers are dead. Like, it's got such a bad reputation. If you know, like, for instance, if you hear that a game is being released and you see it and you're interested because, like, you see a trailer and then all of a sudden you see that it's being made by Take-Two or some, like, either European or American game studio, unless it's like someone that you know for sure, like Rockstar or you know, there's like a couple of the studios that you're like, okay, we know they're good. They haven't done anything to show that they're not good yet, which we'll see. You know, you never know. But like, I'll instantly, okay, well, it's gonna be trash. It's like Fable being made. They're like not remaking Fable, but they're just they're like revitalizing, like bringing Fable back, and nothing about it is interesting to me. And Fable is probably like one of my top 5 games ever. I loved Fable 1 and 2, and was there a third one? Fable 4. But like, there's like certain things that it's like you just unforced errors, because you should know by now, based on like consumer feedback, don't make a game where it forces you to be a female lead, unless it's like a super hot female lead like Stellar Blade, because people are just kind of like, whether it's justified or not, people are sick of feeling like they're trying to be like forced to cause like it's just called like DEI or woke or whatever whenever it happens. So just don't do it. If you want to have a female character as the lead, make it an option that you can have a male character as well. Like, do what like Assassin's Creed did with Valhalla, where you could be Ivor or whatever, and you could pick the female or the male version, and it was up to you. And like, some people said it kind of broke immersion with like the storyline, because how do you make a storyline that fits both a male and a female? But I never played Assassin's Creed Valhalla and felt like, oh, this is so weird, why would a dude say this? You know? So it's like, it's super easy. Or just like, do what everyone wants and just have a character creator. Let people make their own character. And you can still have a storyline. Like, you could have the exact same storyline if someone creates their own character, or if you have like a forced character. I guess not the exact same, because then like if you're like have like them going through their family history or something, but like you could still base it the same way in a lot of ways. Like, it's not that complicated, and I just don't get it. Twitch hates me for some reason. I don't know. Wait, what do you mean by that, Project? To be fair, I think they fully reversed by now, which is awesome, but still. Yeah. You're talking about Helldivers, right? Because the problem with this is like, because of having it be like a female, an unattractive female main character, that means that like probably 60% of people who would have bought the game are probably going to skip it and wait to hear what other people say before they buy the game. And the amount of people that you bring in by doing this is maybe like less than 1%, or maybe 1% of the 100% that would have played it. You get what I mean? So it's like, it just really doesn't make any sense. And then the other thing is when people see this, they're like, okay, so that means that like all the things that I loved about Fable, because let's see if we can Fable 2 gameplay. $16 years ago. Okay, let's see. How long is this? 450. This is IGN's review from 16 years ago.
Fable 2 is a game about choice. This is not just the usual should I be a boy or a girl choice, though there is that too, but it's about lifestyle. Decisions you make affect your appearance, how people react to you, and even how your dog develops. The morality system is one of the core game mechanics. For example, when you start out as a kid, you're given a choice to either help the town's sheriff or some bandits with some missing warrants. That decision will affect the town much later.
So like something like that, something as simple as that, having a good and an evil. Now people are like, what are they gonna make good and evil? Because it used to just be easy. Like you help the bad guys, you go down the evil path. You help the townspeople, you help like the police in the town or whatever they're fucking called, the guards, and you go down the good path. But nowadays, like people who knows what's good and evil, because like the police are bad and like the terrorists are good, and like, you know, like it's just like where is it where you can just like make a game and have it follow like traditional right and wrong that's existed through human history, and then like you decide your pathway you want to go down. You want to, like in Fable, you could like marry a chick and then you could cheat on her, and like that gave you evil points. Or you could like hit townspeople and you'd get evil points. But like, is that stuff gonna be in the new Fable? Because like you see from what we saw before, and you're like, probably not.
They're on, so years later when you come back, if you helped out the bandits, everything's gonna look crime-ridden and festerous. But if you helped out the sheriff...
And that was sarcasm before, by the way, when I said that, you know, cops are the bad guys and terrorists are the good guys, clearly.
It's actually going to
But
be
I just got to make sure that that's
economic area, and there's going to be these beautiful houses, and there's going to be shops that you wouldn't see before. The system is pretty nuanced, and there are a lot of things to consider. It ultimately comes off as kind of artificial. The idea is to get you to feel your character progressing as a person, but you don't really get that sense. Sure, there are lots of little meters and numbers popping up to tell you if you're good or bad, but it really doesn't change the big decisions you make at the end of the game.
But like, see, there was like little things like this where Duker the traitor, kind, spiritual, straight, tough, brave. Because like, this is a dude, so it's like you get to see their opinion of you based on like how you react to them, things that you do to them. Dislikes, appearance, death clan, face tattoo. So it's like if you had a face tattoo and you're trying to get a girl to fall in love with you and she didn't like face tattoos, you would have to do like a lot more to win her like affection, give her a bunch of gifts. And like there's like little things like that it's like nowadays you see something like this and you're just like, oh, they would never make this, because like, what, giving a gift, is that like a bad thing now? Like, is it you trying to like trick someone to like you when they clearly have their dislikes, and you're one of the, what you're doing is one of the dislikes? You get what I mean? Like, it just seems like they make things way too complicated, and it was like, this is so simple, and that's why everybody loved this game.
But really doesn't change the big decisions.
Clipped and canceled too late. Yeah, fuck it.
Thanks.
They like that shit on Twitch anyway.
Now, the expression system is a pretty good idea. It's simple enough. You just hit the right bumper, you bring up an expression wheel, you can choose from a variety of different ways to interact with people. You don't talk to people, you just give them physical gestures, so you can flip somebody off, or you can give them
like even stuff like that.
Or you can beg for money, or you can give them a gift. You can do quite a lot of stuff with interacting with people, but ultimately that's an artificial device, because all you're trying to do is move the different meters for how people feel about you. So you're not so much inhabiting a role as you are just sort of trying to manipulate the system.
He just farted or shit his pants or something?
It's a really flexible and very simple system. The X button controls your swords, the Y button controls ranged attacks, guns and crossbows, and the B button is your magic. And it's just that simple. While it does seem like it would be a little bit limiting, there's actually a really good flow to the combat. It's very easy to move from, hacking a couple times with a sword and then whipping out your pistol and blowing a guy away, or then just casting a bunch of fireballs at people. That's what makes Fable unique, is that you're not just somebody who focuses on magic or swords or whatever. You're somebody who combines all three of these things to defeat the evil that is threatening Albion. One of Fable's big features is co-op play. Now, unfortunately, online co-op is not available until sometime shortly after launch, so it's not something that we could test. However, online co-op...
Isn't that so crazy that was like a thing that like they didn't have online available yet? Because like that was hard back then, like online. So it's just crazy to think that like
it's supposed to work very similar.
And like think of how it's just crazy. How many years? 16 years ago. It was like you could make this exact same game with better graphics and it would be like insanely successful. Just make this exact same game, but with like fully updated graphics, new spells, whatever, and people would be like, it's game of the year. And they can't do that.
And the couch co-op mode does actually work in the review build that we have, and it is pretty disappointing. But while it is cool to play with somebody else and have them come into your world, unfortunately, the guest who comes in can only bring in their character's stats. They can't bring in their weapons, they can't bring in their character's look. So they're going to look different than they would in their own game, which sort of defeats the purpose. Now you can't go run around with each other and sort of explore what somebody else's world looks like. They can help you out, earn extra experience. You can barter over who's going to get what amount of money. And you can actually combine attacks together to get more experience. So your buddy can hit a guy with one attack and then you can shoot him and you're basically going to get a cool combo that you wouldn't normally get playing alone. Of course, you kind of want to have your character in your friend's game so they can just see how ridiculous you look. And you're not going to get that with Fable 2 co-op the way that it is. Hopefully, they patch it early on so that you can actually see what somebody else looks like. Fable 2 is not the kind of game that's going to really challenge you. But then again, it's not really supposed to. The idea is that you are one of the greatest heroes in the history of Albion, so it makes sense that by the game's end, you can pretty much mop the floor with any creature you meet. You might not even die once the entire time during the game. If you have a real tunnel vision and you just run from all the main quest missions one after the other and ignore all the other cool stuff that there is to see in the world of Albion, you could probably get through the game within 8 hours. It's not that long, but you're going to miss out on the great experience that Fable 2 has to offer. If you invest yourself in caring for your dog, for having a family, for owning businesses, then when you come to the final decisions in the game, they're actually going to matter to you and mean something to you. So the more that you put into Fable 2, the more you're going to get out of it. With some of the high-quality RPGs such as Mass Effect and Oblivion that we've seen come out on 360 in the last few years, the bar has been raised on Western RPGs, and really, Fable 2 falls a little bit short of that bar. It's still a really great game, it's a lot of fun, it's just not up to that level of quality. For the full written review, head on over to IGN.
But see, that was the thing, is like, this is like a critical review of the game, and it's comparing it to Oblivion, when Oblivion came out, and Mass Effect, because that was the same era. And the thing is that this game wasn't meant to be Oblivion and Mass Effect. Like, those were made by huge studios. The studio that made this game originally was like a super small studio, and the core concept was totally different. That like one of the key factors of this game was like comedy. Like, you know, there's a whole thing about kicking chickens that like this game created, and like even just like being able to do hip thrusts to offend people or fart and stuff, like it was clearly tying comedy and not taking yourself so seriously in a game, but like that's what made it stand out in its own place above those other games that were more like gritty RPG, make your own story, giant open world. This was like a smaller scaled down version of that, but also way more individual identity to what the game was than I think those other ones had. So, yeah, but like that's what I'm saying is like the new Fable, I have like such low expectations for it just because they haven't given me a reason. There's nothing that they've shown so far where I'm like, oh, that reminds me even of Fable. Like they literally throw this in at the very end just to make it be like, oh yeah, remember it's Fable. Because the first gameplay thing they put out, or their, not gameplay, but their first official trailer, everyone was like, this looks so bad. And like, this doesn't remind me anything of Fable. And now, so then when they released this one, they had to throw in a scene of you kicking a chicken to be like, see, remember, it's Fable, okay? Now, all the other stuff you loved about the game isn't going to be in there, but we made sure to throw kicking chickens in there just so, you know, it's Fable. But it's also like, why? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. So yeah, I was just watching the Bandai Namco thing earlier, and it was like every game was like this, where it's just like a side scroller, some stupid shit, and I'm like, none of that. I don't get why they keep doing it over and over again, because they like, I get that it's low risk, but it's also like, wouldn't you want at a certain point like to have the chance of having a huge game? And I don't think any of those games have a chance of being a huge game. Especially not anymore. Like, I think there was an era during COVID where like certain of those smaller games, just because people were so desperate for like any kind of entertainment, that like certain ones came out and people just like soaked it up and loved it. But like nowadays, there's just, you know, it's not going to be a huge success if you're not putting the effort in, like the visual effort and the gameplay effort. But like, because the other argument is, I would much rather have a crappy looking game that's got awesome gameplay than an amazing looking game that has shit gameplay. And I agree with that, but you can also make a decent looking game that's got great gameplay. Because like, plenty of games have done it. You could make a game that looks like Fable 2 from 16 years ago and have that gameplay and people would still love it because it's good. Like it, so it's like that they're connected, but they're not mutually exclusive. And it just feels like Western studios are unable to figure it out for some reason. But this is only one that sounded semi-interesting. I didn't get to watch the trailer, so I want to see what this is. Dawn of the Blood, or Blood of the Dawnwalker. I don't think this is the game that I was thinking of. Because I said there was like a Souls-like vampire game, but maybe it is.
Monsters have always been here. Watching from the shadows. And when we were at our weakest, they came out into the light. We feared for our lives, but we should have feared for our souls instead. The vampires didn't come to kill us. No, they came to rule. To turn us into mindless, docile cattle. Not me, though.
Maybe this is the one.
They tried to change me into one of them. But I became something else instead.
But it's ironic because, yeah, this has got to be it. Because this was like the main game reveal from like the Steam from a different game show. And like this, it looks like this was the main one from the Bandai Namco one too. And it's just like, okay.
Trapped between the two worlds. Fighting to even the score. Fighting to understand the evil behind it all.
He is out there watching, seeping into you, growing
Yeah, this is definitely the one I was thinking of. So, you know, I think it looks solid. Like, it's the only game that I've seen in the last, out of all the game shows, where I'm like, yeah, I'd play it. That and that Wu Chang game. So it's just so crazy to see. But yeah, that's it. That's the rant. Just like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, why aren't we just like... It doesn't seem complicated. Because they did it for years and years before. Like, why all of a sudden, just because like companies took all this money and threw it into AAA games that were like shit, and everybody said they were shit, and everybody warned them that they were shit, and they were like, no, trust me, like, it's a AAA game. This is a well-known studio. Like, they're gonna kick ass. Like, for instance, Starfield? The one made by, wasn't that made by Bethesda? And it was like, it had all the potential in the world, but it didn't have any of the, like, spirit of what made Bethesda's games amazing before. And not only that, when it came out, instead of like delaying the release and making sure that it was like polished, it came out and everything was so insanely buggy that the game was like unplayable. And like, but like, people still haven't lost all faith in Bethesda. They're just like, well, I wonder why that happened. Like, why didn't they, who decided that it was a good idea to put that game out in that state? Because a lot of people said, you know, like a year later or whenever, that it ended up being like a super solid game after they fixed all the shit. But that's a whole nother issue to even, you know, like releasing half-ass games just because you're trying to release them in a certain window and they're like pushing for these games to get released when they're not ready. So yeah, rant over. Also, Guard did a 3-stream streak 45 minutes ago. But I was elbow deep in a rant, so I apologize if you're still in here, Gar. Guy Ledouche.
Yes.
Love it. That is what's insane, though. D4 is still killing it on the cosmetics. Because Morgan's playing D4 right now. And, like... just, like, light years ahead of PoE, in my opinion. The crazy thing is I'm surprised, like, there's two things I'm surprised about with the new D4 season. I'm surprised at how many people ended up actually, like, you know, going back and, like, trying out new season of D4. But I'm also somewhat surprised at the people that didn't do it at all. Like, didn't go back. Dude, that's what they're doing now. They're smart. Look at all these pets. They've just decided go hard in the paint for pets. Like little baby goat, little baby demon goat, little regular goat, foxes, and you know, fucking Pale Perry. That was from a couple seasons ago. Oh, look at the little cat. Hey, it's smart. Smart marketing. Okay, let's fuck up some zombies, some monsters. And hopefully some players as well. Nailed it. So it's almost a guarantee that a team comes from over there. Where's he peeing? What the fuck was that lag? It was insanity. Right as I'm about to throw my spear. Wait, what map is this? Mammons, right? Yeah. Now that we have all 4 maps, sometimes they're like fusing together in my head. I just saw its ear move. Crows everywhere. Do it. What'd you ping? The main thing is you just can't miss a hit with the immolator. That's really what it is. Because if you miss a hit, then he can start like hitting you and aim punch you, so you keep missing him too. But if you land every hit with your gun, it kind of like stun locks him. Get wrecked, dogs. Dude, there are so many noise traps this match
It's
that
red.
are driving me fucking insane. Donde are they? It sounded like it was from up top.
Someone's on ping.
Dude, what is happening to me? Everywhere I go, I'm getting like my aim being thrown off.
He's on the second floor window.
There?
Dude, yes. Just relax. Jesus Christ. Where? I thought I heard someone over here. I don't think so. How are none of those hitting? Oh, it's because I have dum-dum ammo. I thought I had fucking... I thought I had FMJ. Well, that makes sense why none of the bullets were going through. Dum Dum doesn't have any bullet penetration. Come on, bitch. That's right.
Team behind, team behind.
This takes 45 minutes to reload, so... How did that not kill it?
Something?
Can we get in here?
Setting traps. In case they follow.
Where is that? Nice shot. Holy shit. That was actually insane. Because I was like jiggle peeking it too. What's teammate doing? Just running away? Interesting strategy. I literally died right next to him. They somehow get a res, which is a 0% chance, because this guy... Yeah, I was gonna say. I've been burning for way too long. The funny thing is that, like I said, it would have been easy, at the very least, to res me even if I die instantly again. But we'll see how this goes. Oh my god. Nice shot though. After getting hit. That is like the one time though, because like what everyone always says is if you can get dum ammo in the Centennial, it's goated. Is our teammate? I don't even think our other teammate is even playing. He hasn't moved since my guy rezzed him. Like I think he got down and just like left the keyboard. He knows you're right there. Maybe he doesn't. Oh, he DC'd. Perfect. You don't see that guy right there? I can't wait to see this, dude. I just can't wait to see how it ends. Because all I gotta say is there's no way this is gonna go poorly. My teammate is gonna clutch up. He's gonna get the bounty. And then then he's gonna res me after he gets bounty. What's up, Dark? Yeah, that was just bad. Those that first, I don't know, my first 6 shots, I was shooting at the, because where I was shooting was not where their body was showing, but that's because they kept like jumping around and stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, because I usually have FMJ on the Centennial. I was like, oh, dude, we'll just shoot through the wood. But when you have Dum Dum, you cannot shoot through the wood. So that was my first mistake. And then after that, it was like literally the first person I peek hits the most insane headshot of all time. Not of all time, but like that was a good shot. It was either a really good shot or a really lucky shot, but either way, the end result is the same. Okay, so let's do... We go again. So I was looking up Dune on the Steam charts to see how it's been doing, because I was interested. I'm like, I've really enjoyed the game. I've been having a lot of fun playing it. But like, and I haven't heard many people say like negative things about it, you know, like I think there's been an overall positive sentiment, but you never know. And so then I checked their numbers, and their like daily peaks are like 100K almost. Like it's still, because it's been what, 2.5 weeks, almost 3 weeks since it released, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th for all the Steam games, which is pretty insane if you think about it. And Path of Exile 1 is 15, so they're still going strong with the new season. Well, I need to look into what's been going on with Monster Hunter, because didn't they like in the last week it went to overall negative on Steam? So like I don't even know, did they make like an update recently that was just awful, or I'm super confused about it. Or like overwhelmingly negative, which is like next level. It's one thing to have like negative and then Look at him spinning your choke bomb. Who do you think you are? At least he's happy. I forgot to put traits on this character.
Howdy.
Howdy. The other funny thing that happens a lot on, cause like I've got to the point where I'm almost like exclusively playing on East Coast servers, which gives me some of the little like hitchiness that we had last game. But West Coast servers are just, I feel like they're not great. Like it takes a lot longer to find games. And you just get a lot of like weird shitty teammates, it feels like.
I think I got me one.
But on East Coast, you get a lot of people with like southern accents, which is interesting. He did. How do we get down? Oh, there's stairs. Well, gol darn.
That ain't very gangster of you.
Can't even see people. Who's shooting at him?
God damn, that's crazy.
There's a guy right outside this door. There he is. Saw him in the bushes.
See, that's liver to the left, that's where she pops up from. Thank you.
No problem. Looked like my character just caught that bullet, but I don't even have bullet grabber trait. Homeboy just goes down hard, dude. Someone sniping? What are we doing, boys?
I got jump shotted through a fucking door.
Yeah, there's no chance. Both my teammates couldn't stay alive for more than 10 seconds each. What do you do? Like in that situation, the only way that I have a chance there is if when that girl peeked the door, she must have had a sparks or something because she did 149 damage. Like I had 1 HP. So either way, it would have been tough to survive. But if I would have downed her there, then maybe I have a chance. But even then, probably not, because I probably wouldn't have had enough time to heal. So tough games to start. Hey, what's wrong with my accent? Dude, nothing's wrong. It's just interesting because you'd think like in the West, you'd have more like country / southern accents, but it's like East Coast servers include like all of the South. You know what I mean? Like minus Texas, but like New Orleans, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, like all of that would probably be on East Coast servers. Because I don't really think they have like, I don't even know, do they have like what servers are Florida usually on? It's a good question. Yeah, because there's just West and East and South America. So what do we do here again? Vulture, Iron Eye. I guess Necro's good to have. Especially with how often my teammates going down, you know. Well, shoot. I'm gonna try the Vetterly this round, actually. Because I need one of my challenges is to do damage with medium ammo guns. Or medium slot weapons. Oh, so does that mean I have to do... Is that like... That might mean this. We'll try that. We'll see. Dude, at least it was a 5-star that finally killed me. This 3-star downed my teammates 4 times. That's insane. And as soon as I peeked that window, I saw exactly where she was. She was just standing behind the counter at the back of that room. But like, the fact that both my teammates got like domed by her, and she probably was in the exact same spot the whole time. Kinda nuts. So I tried to do a poll on Discord for the stream tonight, but I have not been very active on Discord. So, for like the last month. So, we didn't get any votes, but I think we're gonna play a couple hunt games. Like, I'll probably play for like, I don't know, maybe another hour, and then I'm gonna do, because I want to record video, kind of. So, like, stream what I like. It's gonna be part of the stream, but then I'm just gonna record the stream and cut it up and edit it for some like endgame Dune stuff, because in Dune, what ended up happening is every week there's a reset of the deep desert, and I didn't really know what that meant, because last week when it happened, not this most recent one, but the one before that, I hadn't even made it to the deep desert yet. But essentially, it literally just removes anything you have in the deep desert. So I want to like go over what I've learned and essentials for building your base out there, and like what shit is worth. Oh, I thought that was an enemy. It was my teammate. There are people that come up through here, and I'm right in there. Line of sight if they're looking. What's up, Dark? I said what's up when you went in YouTube. And you know, I the same old thing I say. I appreciate it, brother. Ooh, we got a bow boy. What the fuck? Why does it sound like they're walking on dirt and wood at the same time? Hey, leave me alone. Nice kill.
They're camping upstairs with shotguns. I got one. They're gonna get the res off though.
I mean, there's this barrel that I'm worried about.
They don't have angle on it. That's probably the dead body.
Got him up.
Wow. Rival slugs.
Oh, he got me. That was the rival slug up there.
Yep.
There's got to be a way up, right?
I'm about to pull a stupid push with this fire.
I'm gonna see if I can push around to get.
Yeah.
Peek again. They're like on top of his body. Nobody's even banished yet. What the fuck are we doing? Where does this lead? be able to get it now. It's got to be this only one team left, but we're not in a great spot for... Wait, what is that gun? Is that a haymaker? No, it's a Lamat. If it was a haymaker, I was gonna take it. Time to get weird, boys.
I'll cover the sound of our push.
Where did they get across? Open it. I dare ya. I double dog dare ya. I was waiting for that.
Oh, I tagged him once. I'm gonna save res if it's crouching in. I can breach this door if you guys want to go in.
Oh, I thought I got him.
She's down.
Nice.
Oh, another? That's it right there.
Well, shoot.
Nice work. Yeah.
Nice work. What did he have? Mako? We're taking that. Never been able to use a Mako before. What is this? Dude, all of them are stupid. Where's the other? There's the other one. Nope. Trying to loot him. Loot him. There we go. No PoE 1? No. I never really got into PoE 1. What's up, Adding? How are you? Yeah, I'm kind of taking a break from ARPGs for a little while. Because yeah, I don't know. There's something that I just wasn't enjoying. And I don't know what it was, that it was just getting like boring, or like not like necessarily boring. I was just like kind of the same game cycle. I'm here. GG's, boys. Dude, we didn't do anything that match, really. I hit a couple shots. I don't think I downed anyone, but like I just rezzed my teammates like 3 times each. I was just like support, medic. But hey, every team needs a medic, right? Because if I wasn't there, we wouldn't have extracted. But yeah, we have, the other thing is that there's like, you know, with Dune releasing, and I wasn't expecting, like, for a while I was looking forward to Dune, and then they released, was it a gameplay trailer or something? And there was like some kind of like hesitation surrounding, like I don't know if it was something that the devs said or something, but like there was just some reason that it made me hesitant. And I was like, I don't know. And then, but playing it since it's been released, I've been like really enjoying it. Way more than I even originally thought I would. Okay, I guess we can keep that. That, we'll do, doesn't really matter for that slot. Recovery shot. Dude, we're gonna try the Mako, even though I am on record saying that the Mako has no purpose in the game. Just because there's nothing that really makes it stand out other than the fact that it can have levering. But sometimes guns just work. Like, you know, you just, when you use them, you're like surprised that all of a sudden you're just hitting shots that you weren't hitting before. And there's so many things that go into it in a game like this, like with the bullet dynamics. You have like bullet drop and a lot of different aspects that can like affect where you inherently shoot and whether that actually hits the target or not. So that's a good one to have. Oh, I need to give her a sidearm. How about we try, because Lamont is old faithful. Always does me right. But I want to try something different. So I think I'm gonna go with the Bornheim. Incendiary. Try that bad boy out. Imagine if there was like wind or something that pushed your bullet. Yeah. See, in like real life, you have to adjust for that. But I think that would be like too much in a game like this. Like already there's so many different factors, like compact ammo typically can travel faster and further, which is similar to real life because the bullet itself is lighter weight, but then like you also have, it really is like how much gunpowder to bullet weight ratio. Dude, that was perfectly in sync. And they're using the same gun. So sick. But then like compact bullets have worse bullet penetration than medium bullets, and medium bullets have worse bullet penetration than like large or long ammo.
Damn, dude, couldn't wait a fucking second.
Guess not, brother. But now we gotta find new teammates. And then you have like the bullet drop and, like I said before, velocity and the different surfaces that you're shooting through. Like the way they've done it in this game is pretty crazy, I feel like, compared to other FPS games I've played. Like in COD, it feels like nobody thinks about the type of bullet you're using. You get what I mean? Like you're just like, you just try shooting through walls and either it works or it doesn't work. Like bullet velocity is important, but usually only for snipers, really. And it just seems like the bullet dynamics in that game are way kind of goofy, like not realistic in a lot of ways. So if you added like weather affecting bullets in a game like this, I think it would just be a step too far, where people like They used to have one of the weather conditions that could be in the game was rain. And I don't know why they took it out. I think when they did the new CryEngine update, they just never brought it back because it was like they had to, you know, slowly release the maps after they'd been like remastered for the new engine. And they like changed some of the like pathways to getting into buildings and stuff like that. But either way, when they did that, they like removed a lot of the weather conditions that could exist. And for some reason they haven't brought back raining, which I think a lot of people kind of wish they would, because when it's raining, that means that people can't hear as well. So it makes it easier to be sneaky sometimes. But that's a double-edged sword, because people want it back so they can be sneaky until they get shot from behind by someone they didn't hear sneaking up on them. Yeah, it'd be cool if they brought in like snow and, you know, stuff like that. Because, like, there's no reason not to have snow, especially now that they have, like, the Mammon's Gulch, which is, like, a Colorado map. But they had one for a while called... What was it called? Was it called Firestorm? It was called the Inferno weather effect. But like, yeah, so like the map was just basically on fire. Like there had been a wildfire. So like all the places you were going, like that, you know, areas were burning. But like that sounds miserable because fire in this game is so loud. Like if someone throws or like a barrel explodes or something, if there's any fire, it's like the most overpowering sound in the game. So I can't imagine having that back because like it would just probably give me a headache. Like whenever there's fire nearby, even now, I'm like, I try to move away from it. Mako time. What are we on? Is this Lawson? Oh yeah. I think Lawson is my favorite, to be honest. I sometimes get Lawson and Stillwater mixed up because they're like similar settings. But I think I like the way Lawson is set up the most. And like the POIs. Maybe they're just like easier for me to memorize than the other places, and so that's why I feel like more confident with it. That could be part of it. Someone's here. See, like, even... Oh, it's a fucking immolator. Dude, move. This is one POI that I am not very confident in, though. Think I've ever been in like 2 fights here that I can think of. They could be rotating from anywhere, too. Yeah, it's not going off, so... Oh, there he is. Going back around. What a goofy guy. That doesn't lead anywhere. He's setting up traps. He ran into his own trap. Nice. No shot he hits that. What is a teammate doing? Dude, what the fuck? Oh, there's someone further back that I didn't even know existed. That's my bad. So this is a whole nother situation. I was like, I thought that guy self-resed. So yeah, this must have been a whole nother team. But for some reason I thought someone was down. Because I had downed that person at least once, I bet twice. And there was a guy just sitting further back that I hadn't even seen yet, because I saw the blue shirt. Let's see what our team does. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Where's this guy? Oh, he was just hiding in a bush the whole time, apparently. Because, yeah, I saw blue shirt over here by the train car. And then this chick I had downed, and then she got downed again. But I thought we had downed, like, I thought we had 2 people down at the for some reason. And then idiot teammate tried to like jump over the railing and fell right in front of them. I don't know what he was doing. But yeah, I played that way too aggressive because I just thought it was, I thought it was blue shirt and the girl that I had downed were the only people because I had never seen this guy. So that was just a dumb play on my part. Because I just ran out there. I was like, hey, let's end this fight. I hate emulators. Dude, emulators can be a pain, but honestly, they're not that bad. If I run into an emulator, easiest way to kill them, just hit them with a spear. You can one-shot them with a spear. Now they explode, like you have to throw your spear at them, but that's why I'm like, I hate when my teammates instigate them or bring them to me, because then I'm like, well, now I can't do anything. If I walk up on the situation as they're running towards me, I can just throw a spear at them, but it's only like 4 hits with a gun, so it's not too bad if you hit them with your gun. It's just, you know, they can like stun lock you too, so that you have to get the timing down a little bit. But I would say, yeah, they're probably the most annoying, just like regular enemy. Cause like hives can be super annoying. I think hives get me in more trouble when I'm like in fights, because like you'll aggro a hive that you didn't even know was anywhere near you, and then it sends the poison bees after you, and you're like running around taking shots at people, and people are taking shots at you, and it can just be very like disorienting. But when it comes to just like open world, like when you're just like wandering about, hives are super easy to deal with, and emulators are kind of a pain. So I do be getting that. Oh, wait. I think I actually need Iron Eye, so we'll do that instead. Loadouts. Need to go to loadouts because I want to try. This is probably the last game because I want to make sure I have time in Dune. So I want to make it a fun loadout. This is solid. Now let's go with the sneaky boy. We actually do need that this match. Ammo box, probably not. Probably rather take recovery shot. Even though it is, recovery shot is like the new version of like the most wasted consumable that I buy, because they're expensive, and I've like gotten in the habit of bringing it almost every match. The problem is a lot of times we don't use it, because like if I go down or one of my teammates go down, I feel like it's like a 50-50 if we're even gonna get them up. And usually what's been happening most games that I've been in, because I've been playing smarter and like just more cautious, like not re-peeking, like the way I died last game is not typically what I do. I usually like hold angles and down people one at a time, but I just got a little impatient there and just went gung-ho, because I didn't even have full health either, so it made it an even worse decision to push out. But I didn't even know that third guy. I hadn't seen that third guy the entire fight, so that was dumb of me, but hey. But yeah, so usually what happens is my teammates, either one or both of my teammates go down, and then I'm left picking up the pieces. of either trying to res them or if I do res them, then we're like going off to fight immediately after. Like there's not like been many scenarios where I have a break between either resing my teammates or getting resed and like to think about, okay, now I need to use the recovery shot. But it makes a huge difference if, like, it's one of those things that when I don't bring it, it's gonna be the difference between like winning fights and not winning fights, because especially a lot of people have their bars set up different than I do. Like they'll have like a big bar, a small bar, a big bar, a small bar or something, or they just do 3 big bars. And that can be great, especially if you're playing solo, but on a team, every time you get downed, you lose a bar. But you could either lose 25 HP or you could lose 50 HP. So that's why I never do a big bar. Because that means every time I get rezzed, I'm gonna have more overall health than if I was using a big bar. Because I only lose 25 HP, so I go back up to 125, which still puts me in the range where most guns won't one-shot me. But if you go from 150 to 100, most guns, you just need like a chest shot to do 100 damage. Now the Bornheim is a different story, but I think there's variations of the Bornheim. I wonder if there's ammo that you can put, because I think it's like, it goes down. Damage is not great, but that's why you get multiple shots. Or like it's got a really fast fire rate, so that's kind of the point, is you're just like, I typically would use the Bornheim as like support. Like you hit them with your main weapon, and then you follow up with the Bornheim, because then you get multiple shots, and you just usually need like an extra 25 to 50 damage if you can hit them with your main gun. But it didn't work out last game because I didn't hit a shot with the Mako, and I was like out of sorts that entire fight. Back on the Delta. I didn't hear those crows till we were right next to them, so that's my bad. Dude, the water devils are fucking everywhere. Look at my teammate. Oh, that was a great jump, actually. Can I do it? Nope. It's close. So close. Almost feels like I should have made it. Oh, boss is here. Oh shit. He got me. Oh my god, where did he come from? Why did he come up that way? Having the silencer isn't very conducive to the old, reaching the boss first and, playing from within the boss layer, but could be worse. That guy looks like he had a bad day. People north. Are they in the house? No way. I can't see! Dude, that is so annoying, that fucking stupid cloth. Jesus Christ. That's so annoying. I would have 100% killed that person if that cloth wasn't there. Because I heard him. Dude ran into a bear trap. And then I just see, like, I hear someone running at me, but I can't see anything. Like, I don't even know the strat there. Because if I wait, I lose the, like, element of surprise, because homie just ran into the bear trap, but I run through it and I can't see anything. Or third strat, I just stay in my corner and wait for my teammates to die. it's rough when someone dies right off the rip of an engagement. I feel like it makes the entire fight not go well. Okay, we'll try one more time. That's why I kind of hate finding the boss layer at the beginning. Because it's like, if you find it first, that just means the rest of the game is not happening on your terms. Like, people are pushing, they know exactly where you are, or like what building you're in. Like, yeah, they have to push into your building, but I feel like you could have 3 different teams on either side of you where they're not even trying to push, they're just shooting whenever you take a peek. And a lot of the times, the teams don't even fight each other. Like, I would say it's like 50-50 if they'll even fight each other, they would rather just focus on the boss layer. Sometimes it's funny though, because like, that's all they're focused on is killing the other teams around instead of, and so it like gives you some opportunities. But I would say more often than not, especially at the beginning of the game, you just can't get in any kind of like flow for moving around the map or like taking shots or anything. Dude, this chick is cursed. So I only have 2 hunters left that I have to get maxed. We finished this chick, I think that was yesterday. I didn't even notice that she was close to 50. I was just like playing a couple games before I had to go work. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh shit, I unlocked her. And this dude too. I don't know if that was on stream. So we only got 2 left. And then I can play with whatever hunter I want, which actually is sick because I have a bunch of cool ones that I've been holding off just for the mere fact of trying to get these guys maxed out. Okay, now that we found teammates, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. BRB? Dude, you're good, uppercase. All BRB. I see your BRB with a BRB. Dude, this was happening before once, where it's like my camera is picking up, like it's making me very orange. And I don't know why. It just randomly happens. It's not because of my beanie, because I've worn this plenty of times where it hasn't happened. I feel like the hunt servers are kind of wacky tonight too. feel myself like skipping, rubber banding every once in a while. Got the totem. So there have been fights here that I've been in, but never like around this bonfire. Like when I first saw this, because I was unfamiliar with Desal, when I first saw this, I was like, dude, there's gonna be some crazy fights around this area. But every time the fights are around that main building. Cause that main building can be a boss layer, but still, you'd be like, you know, some Wild West shootouts around the bonfire. Be a good time. My favorite thing about using a silencer is that my teammates will almost always be like, someone's shooting at me when I shoot. Like, I'll just like shoot a monster or something near them. But since it's with a silencer, you can't, it's like really hard to tell where it came from. We only need one more point. There's got to be a 1 point worthy monster somewhere. Here we go. And we got a totem. I'm out of staminas. 4-shot boon, we'll take that, but I want to see what's in here first. What is that? Relentless, sure, why not? No shot they saw me, right? I would have hit that dude too if that lantern wasn't there. Guy shot at me. I don't know where from. Oh, there's that guy. Dude, no shot. I can't go down like this.
Down one.
Wait, where'd she go? Nice. Oh shit. Where was that? Where did that chick go? Do I have witness? Oh, here. That was weird. Couldn't tell who I was fighting the whole time. I hit one of the guys. I hit that guy in the bushes, but I couldn't even see him. I was just taking shots over there. Oh, he had a... Fuck, dude. A Maynard sniper and an uppercut? No wonder. What did she have? Silence Nagon and a Lamac carbine. Okay. It's decent. It's respectable. Gonna bet ammo. Agreed. Gonna bet ammo as well. I love betting ammo. What is this guy pinging? What is he doing? Oh, he said he's gonna get ammo. That's what he meant. Can't tell if I see someone up there.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm. Wait. Everybody, calm down. No.
Ambrosia or Ambrose. Yeah, that's Ambrosia, right? I don't even know how to spell that, but thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What's up, Wingless? We're at peak intensity right now in this game. I guess not. Oh shit. You can't even see me. I don't exist. Oh, they can see me. They saw me. They hit me. Yeah, let me do this real quick. I don't think we got it. Let's see. There. Boom. My stream was good. Stream's been solid. We've just been playing some Hunt, and then after this game, I'm gonna go play Dune Awakening because I have been obsessed with that, and I want to make a video about it. Basically explaining some of the stuff that I learned because it's a very time-consuming game. Unless, like, there's a lot of shortcuts you can take, but the game doesn't really like guide you into that. It's strange that these guys are just running. They're running, but they're like taking pop shots every once in a while. Better not hit me. Better not hit me. Dude, that was so bad. Aim punch is so annoying. We got completely wrecked by this team. But like, it's just like the difference between swinging a corner and hitting your first shot and swinging a corner and not hitting your first shot. Because that's what happened to me. He hit, I didn't, and then after that, it's almost impossible to recover. Oh, of course. Thank you for the raid. This game looks awesome. I look forward to seeing some Dune gameplay too. Dude, this game is intense. I've been trying to get better because so it's been out for a while, but in the last like year, they redid basically everything. Like, they did a new engine with new graphics and redid all the maps and a bunch of the guns and stuff. So, but it can get pretty intense. Tonight we haven't been having our greatest games of all time. I will definitely admit that, but I still have a good time playing it, even when we get stomped like that. Because then the lesson I should learn from that is just be more patient. I've played super impatient tonight. So it's like every time I've died, it's because I'm pushing and not holding angles when I should. But then sometimes I get too like conservative and I just sit and hold angles and then don't, you know, like trying to find the balance between that is the tough part. But okay, let's hop over to the dunes. Yeah, I've been obsessed with Dune. It's been taking up way too much of my time, but turns out it's, in my opinion, I really enjoy like the gameplay loop and like building bases and then having, you know, things that are constantly changing. Like you have like the open world events and then you have the deep desert where it's mainly like PvP. So what happened to me the other day, because I in the deep desert, I have had only like positive experiences. When I've gone to like farm resources and there's been someone else around, they haven't like messed with me. We kind of just like, hey, you know, like we don't even have to say anything. It's just like, okay, I'm farming over here, you farm over there. As long as nobody fires the first shot, we're just kind of doing our own thing out here. And so it was all positive. And then I got way too comfortable. So then I went and found like one of the dungeons, so to speak. They're called testing stations. And I just left my ornithopter out there being like, oh yeah, everything's been chill, we're chilling, you know? And I go in there and I dream of it. Once I get in there, I realize that there's somebody else in there. And they were sitting in the room where like the final chest is, like the whole reason of doing the dungeon. And I was like, I typed in proximity chat and was like, hey, I don't want to fight. I'm just trying to, you know. And then he did the emote of like this. And I was like, well, I don't want to fight though. Like, and so he was like trying to instigate me, essentially. And I was like, okay, screw this. If you're just, you know, if you're going to block off the whole reason to do this dungeon, then screw it. And so I go back out. I go back to the top, and the first thing I see, I hadn't even heard anything the whole time I was in there. First thing I see is my ornithopter is just destroyed. And I was like, what happened? Because, like, you get a warning, like, even if a sandstorm hit, it wouldn't, like, destroy your ornithopter. And I was like, what the heck happened? And then I go up to it because I'm, like, trying to repair it enough so that I can actually fly away. And as I walk up to it, a rocket hits it again and, like, does damage to me. And so then I typed in prox chat and I was like, dude, why would you do that? Because, like, it's PvP, but, like, most people, you know, it's like, hey, we're going to PvP here. Or, like, hey, this is our territory. It's clearly known. So if you come here, you're looking for a fight. But, yeah. Luckily, they weren't as bad as they could have been. They could have just killed me and, like, you know, then I just have to rebuild my ornithopter from scratch. And I just, like, sent a message in general chat because after he shot that last rocket and I said, dude, why would you do that? He just disappeared. And I typed in general chat. I was like, does anyone have any welding wire? I ran out and someone destroyed my ornithopter. And then the guy came back and gave me welding wire to fix it. So that was nice. But, like, also you didn't have to destroy my ornithopter just for landing at a random station that I didn't know was you guys, you know, because who knows? They could have been sitting there for, like, 6 hours just, like, guarding it. Like, no one's allowed in here except for our guild. But like I said, could have gone a lot worse. But it was, like, my first experience of, like, the PvP side of it, where it's like, never leave your ornithopter out. Always, like, do a full circle around an area before you decide to, like, start mining or you enter into one of the testing stations or anything like that. Because I'm sure they just had their ornithopters parked somewhere, like, kind of hidden. And, yeah, I don't know. I kind of lied, though. I told them, I was like, I'm new. This is my first day in the deep desert. And so I think they kind of felt bad. It was, like, my second day, but still. It was kind of funny. Okay. So let me make sure I'm recording. Because sometimes I've tried pulling videos off of Twitch, and Twitch quality, like the VOD's quality, is so bad. For some reason, I can watch my stream, but, like, if you try to, like, save clips from your stream or something, and I've done it for, like, TikTok and stuff, and it's, like, some reason gets degraded by, like, an entire... So, like, if you're streaming in 1080p, it'll go down to, like, 720p once you download it. Even if you download it at 1080p, it doesn't make any sense. So I've learned that I just have to record things. Okay, so first thing we're going to get that I need to take to the deep desert, because I don't have the resources yet, I don't think, to make another one of these, is the medium spice refinery. Because you unlock the regular spice refinery pretty early on, and it's, like, pretty accessible, which is great, because that way you can start working towards the other stuff you need to get. But in the regular spice refinery, you put in 100 spice sand and you get out 1 spice melange. Spice melange, for those of you who do not know, is, like, the end game resource that is kind of the most valuable, because it's kind of a pain to farm. You have to farm it in the open sand, so the sandworm is always there. You're usually competing for, like, the zones where it lands too. Like, it's usually in the deep desert, in the PvP zones. So there's just, like, a lot of things that make spice in and of itself kind of difficult to, or just like time consuming mainly, excuse me, to farm. But then it also is expensive to craft it because it uses a lot of water. And like I said, the ratio, like for this medium spice refinery, let's see, I think you need 135 spice melange. So that means you have to bring back 1,350, right? No, even more than that. Somewhere around that. Just with the basic one. So when I first started going into the deep desert, my biggest fear was everything gets wiped at the end of the week. So what are the essentials that I need there? Because the whole point of the deep desert is that's where you're going to be farming the most, like the majority of your spice. And then everything that's in like the tier 6, I guess you would call it, requires plastanium. Both of those resources are in the deep desert, but they're both really heavy. So is spice sand. So it's like you have to fly there. So there's a couple options. You can either build a base and go into the deep desert, farm everything, and then bring it back to your base, and then just slowly shuttle things back and forth from Haga Basin and the deep desert. Or, which this would be way more time consuming and more difficult, is taking a carrier ornithopter, which is super expensive. And if you're at the point where you're just entering the deep desert anyway, and you're kind of like setting up your base and you're trying to figure out what to do, you're not going to have access to a lot of the stuff that it takes to make the carrier ornithopter. Because like ideally what you can use the carrier ornithopter for is it can carry your buggy, which has a lot more inventory space, drop it off somewhere wherever you want to farm in the deep desert, and then pick it back up and just take that whole inventory back with you. It's a lot slower, like its top glide speed is a lot slower than even the assault ornithopter, because like you have basically the light, medium, and heavy. So the light is the best. Most people use it for like everything because it's got a decent amount of storage. It's not great, especially like when you're working with a lot of resources. And then you have the medium. The medium is the best in my opinion all around, where it's like it's got decent speed, a lot of inventory. It has double the inventory size of the light. The only problem with it is that it's not as agile. So the scout ornithopter is going to be way more agile. So like the first week and a half or 2 weeks that this game was out, all the PvP encounters were just scout ornithopters fighting each other, because you can also equip it with rockets, and the rockets on the scout didn't do less damage than the rockets on the assault. You would think the assault would be a better assault vehicle, but it wasn't. Now they've made some changes, so if you have rockets equipped, on the scout ornithopter it goes slower. I think technically the assault ornithopter goes slower too if you have rockets, but the whole concept is if you don't want to fight and someone starts shooting at you, no matter what, if you're in a scout or an assault ornithopter and you're not looking to fight and you don't have rockets equipped on it, then you should be able to escape. Right now, if you have like a tier 6 scout ornithopter with rockets equipped, it goes a little bit slower than the assault, but like not much. Like if they decided they wanted to shoot you down, they probably would be able to, just because they have much more maneuverability and everything too. But yeah, I think the change is overall good, especially for someone like me. I'm doing it all solo, whereas I think the majority of people who are putting in as much time as I am are in guilds. And usually if you're in a guild, you have like 1 or 2 ornithopters that are just there to protect your guildmate. And then your guildmate, either 1 or 2 of them, go on the ground and they're mining. And so that if anyone tries to like come and mess with them, they have the guys ready to fight. And for me, I'm not looking to fight. I just want to get resources. I don't want to fight yet. Like, we might, once I have like a stockpile of backup resources and I, you know, it's not going to bankrupt me to lose an ornithopter, I am like interested in trying the PvP. But currently there isn't, I haven't heard of much PvP happening that's like actual fighting. It's all just been in the air. It's like ornithopter versus ornithopter, who's better at, you know, hitting their shots. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. But that's why I use the assault mainly, because even though people say the scout is better because it's so much like faster and all these things, losing 20 kilometers per hour or whatever kpm on the assault isn't the same amount of time difference as having to take 2 trips with the scout, if that makes sense. So even though it is faster, it's not double the speed of the assault, and that's what it would have to be for it to make it more, for it to make more sense to use the scout to go out, get half as much in your inventory, come back, deliver that, or like store it, and then go back out. It would actually, technically, wouldn't it have to be 3 times faster? Because that's a whole nother extra, like, you're going there and back. I don't know, maybe 4 times, I don't know. Either way, I don't think it's worth it. So I just use the assault mainly, at least when I'm in the deep desert and farming. But that's why we want to get a medium spice refinery out there, because I didn't know if it was going to be worth it or not. But spice sand is heavy, and I would prefer to have the bare minimum in my deep desert base that I can still take apart before the reset happens. And I think that the more that I've played, having a medium spice refinery out there is going to be worth it in the long run, because I can just refine all my resources there, and then bringing back the spice melange, which I'm going to have way less of, and it weighs a lot less than the spice sand by itself. Like, in terms of once you break it down, or like once you, what is that term? You concentrate it, essentially. You're taking the spice sand and making it, you're concentrating it into the melange. And the same thing happens with the plastanium ingots. If you just bring the raw resources back, you're not going to be able to bring that much back. And in the end, it's going to feel like you're just taking a lot of trips back and forth. And I didn't want to do that. And so even though you lose some resources by building and like constructing and then deconstructing certain refineries and different objects in the game, I think in the long run it's going to be worth it. Like right now, I don't have anywhere near enough resources to make another one of these in the deep desert, but I'd rather have one of these in the deep desert and be able to just like get all my spice done at once, and also have that be happening while I'm farming other resources out there, versus having to come all the way back, deposit it in here, have it be refining, and then go back out and go back to the deep desert. So that was a conclusion that I came to earlier today, where I was like, I think, because I've been, one of my biggest fears has been taking too much out there and then being overwhelmed when the reset happens. And so this will be like the ultimate test, because last time before reset, I just had a really basic base out there, and it didn't, like, I didn't even go back and like break it down because it wasn't worth it to me. So it'll be interesting to see how this ends up turning out in the long run once reset happens, which we have 5 days and 5 hours till next reset. Okay, what? So it's that. Oh, I need to put all this stuff actually in my assault. Silicone. That was like the majority of the weight. That's gonna be a pain. Because we're just gonna have to manually move all of this stuff. Because once I deconstructed it, all the materials it requires is way heavier than my inventory can hold. But there isn't really a good way to like deconstruct stuff like that. There like isn't a better way I could have done it. Okay, that's the last of it. Hello? There we go. Okay, so in my assault ornithopter, I think we need, it's 135 of this, right? Of the spice melange. So we take that. That should be the same. That should be the same. That should be. That should be. So I think that's good. So then we can rebuild that in the deep desert. Someone also was mentioning that in the deep desert, there's like lower requirements for crafting. Like you get a, for lack of a better term, like a discount for crafting things in the deep desert. But I haven't noticed that. So I don't know if that is a thing for sure or not, but just me personally, I didn't. It's not like I took a bunch of stuff out there and was like, oh wow, I have twice as much as I thought I was gonna need. So we'll have to test it because we're bringing essentially the exact amount that we need to craft that. Let me just make sure. 285, 225, 100. It was a 135. Okay, so we can see real quick. So 285, 225, 190, 100, 135. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if it is real or not. Because if we have any of that left over, then we know for sure. But another problem once you have your deep desert base is having enough water storage, because all of these things that you're going to be refining require a lot of water storage. So I took enough resources to build one of these large water cisterns, which make a huge difference, because you have the small water cistern that I think holds, what is it? Is it 2,500 or 5,000? I don't even know because I haven't made one in so long. Let's just craft one to see what it is. So this holds 5,000. Then you have the medium one that I believe holds 10,000. But it's like exponential growth, you know what I mean? So this holds 25,000. Okay. So 5,000, 25,000, but then the large one holds 100,000. So I guess it's 4x each time you go up. But you're gonna need a lot of water, so I built one of those there as well. I don't know, I haven't decided yet if it's worth it to take the death stills where you put the corpse in and you get water from it. That's like the most efficient way to get water at your like main base, because it's really easy to go kill, like there's AI enemy everywhere to kill, and ferrying the corpses back from different areas is not that difficult. Whereas in the deep desert, you know, corpses weigh 75 volume each, and it's not as easy to find enemies to use their corpses. So I don't know yet if that's gonna if I'm gonna have to do that or use a blood purifier. Right now, I built some wind traps in the deep desert, which we'll actually go and we'll check out. I don't know the large wind trap. The only problem I have with this is that to make the filters is pretty expensive. So I just have the small ones out there currently. But that might be a better solution because like they don't make water quickly, but it's constantly making water. So every time I go back to my base, it's gonna be full. But then once I start using that water, it's gonna take a long time for it to like recover, to come back. So it's kind of just discovering what works best for what you're doing like at the time. And as a solo player, you have to be way more cognizant of what you're taking there, because even just that medium spice refinery, the mats to make that is like, we'll look at the assault inventory and see how much of it. And some of these things can be a little buggy repairing your vehicles, especially the assault one with the 6 wings is kind of tough. Okay, let's see inventory. So just taking the resources to make the medium spice refinery is half of my assault ornithopter's inventory. So that's like, you know, it's quite a bit. And that's why you don't want to take more than you need. That's why I am in the process of figuring out like the perfect amount where once I have to ferry everything back, it's not a giant hassle. But I think that was the primary thing that I needed. The good thing about the deep desert is it has a lot of the core resources you need for any of the stuff you're going to be like crafting or needing out there. The only thing that you don't have access to is like the lower tier ores, like copper ore or iron ore or carbon ore, which is you use iron ore or iron ingots and carbon ore to make steel. But once you get things kind of set up there, you don't need those lower tier resources anyway. But that's the only thing that you just got to make sure you take you have enough backstock when reset happens and you go start making your base out there. So that's kind of what I did is with the medium spice refinery. That's the first time where I've taken it out of my main base to put it in my deep desert base. But with everything else, I just figure out what it costs to build and then make sure I have that and a little extra just to be safe that I can take to the deep desert. And the smart way to do it would be to write everything down. You know, even if you're just like putting it in your notes app on your computer or whatever, write exactly what you need down so you don't get there. Because that's happened to me a couple times where it's like I forgot one thing. I'm like, ugh. Of course I did. That's another thing I should have done before I left is refilled my water, but too late now. And then I think another, and this is more of like a personal choice of where you build your base in the deep desert, because I think there's two, I guess technically there's 3 like options, and one of them is build it right at the entrance so that you're closer to going back and forth. You're closer to the world map. You can get, you know, especially if you're just ferrying things and you're not refining them in the deep desert, it probably makes the most sense to have it close to the entrance so you don't have to travel as far when you're getting items. The other option is to build your base where all the resources are, because the majority of the end game resources aren't going to be until you get like really far out into the deep desert. The problem with that is every time you're going back to your base from the world map, it's going to take you like genuinely, even just for me, and I have it like right in the middle of the deep desert, I think it takes probably 5 to 10 minutes for me to get to my base. So if you're all the way out there, it's gonna take you like 25-ish minutes to, maybe even longer. It might be like 30 or 40 minutes to like get to your base, because this map is gigantic. Some might say it's unnecessarily large, but that's why I think having a plan before you build your base and kind of like figuring out, looking at the map and figuring out the zones that make the most sense, so you're not just out here kind of just winging it. Like as soon as reset happens, you want to get out here and make your base as soon as possible, because also where you build your base is going to in some ways discourage other people from like crowding your space as well. But I did build my base within the PvE zone. I didn't go into the PvP. So that could be because it just opens up more potential. Not like people are going to like attack your base, but if you ever run out of energy at your base, it means that it's vulnerable and people can access some of the stuff inside your base. And I don't know if it makes a difference whether you're in PvE or PvP to what they can access. But there are some safeguards, like you could make sure that permissions are set so that only you can ever access anything, but some people forget on certain things, so. But yeah, as like a reference, with my Scout Ornithopter, I'm able to get from the starting point to my base without having to go up in elevation a single time. But with the Assault Ornithopter, I have to like lift up at least once. So this is the old Casa, and it looks like we did run out of energy. Because something, my shields aren't up. So like, in theory, some of my stuff, like really it would probably just be water that would get taken if anyone was to take something. That's why it's probably better to just have these going, because these things, they're like you fill them up and you have like plenty of days where you don't even have to worry about your power going out. Even though the wind turbines are like more efficient because you get way more power per wind turbine, but they also require more expensive fuel, so you have to craft that. And now I have entered a time loop. Okay, there we go. There are some quirks in the game still. Okay, it doesn't seem like anyone took anything, so I don't think they'd be able to anyway, but better safe than sorry, you know. And the medium spice refinery is going to use a lot of energy too, so did I forget to bring spice melange? I think I did. But it does cut the cost down quite a bit because it's only 65 to make it here versus 135. I think I forgot because it got combined with the spice melange I already had. But if we could make, what do we need for that? Duraluminum. Yeah, we couldn't do that either. So that's not a great start. But let me check my water levels real quick and see how the wind traps have been doing. Okay, so yeah, because when did I last get on? It was like earlier today, and we were completely out when I left. So 60,000 in a couple hours isn't great. So it's probably worth either getting like the bigger wind trap that produces more, or having another source of water generation. Right, so that everyone has one, or has three. Because that gives us one full day on each of those. And this is what ran out of the lubricant. Low-grade lubricant, which, what do we need to make that? Oh, we just need more fuel cells. That's easy to get. But instead of going out and farming that stuff, I will see if I can, I don't know if I left anything here to. So yeah, doing this is the barrier we're gonna be running into. 'Cause I farmed all this stuff earlier today, and I didn't even spend a ton of time farming it, but we can only make as much as the water we have, and that's like a consistent problem that I'm running into. So either way, we forgot the melange, and we can't really it's not like a thing that we can solve from here. So the whole point of, like I said, making a list and having your base set up in a proper manner is so you don't have to do what I'm doing right now, which is make a whole nother trip back after we just got here. So if you use the booster on the assault ornithopter, you can overheat, which doesn't necessarily like. Apparently, it's supposed to increase how quickly your generators break down, like how often you need to repair them. But I have had it happen a couple of times, and it doesn't seem to either be like working as intended, like it's not putting extra stress on the generators, or the amount of stress it puts on is like very minimal. But that's the thing, is like, I don't know what it is, because I talked about this last stream when I was playing Dune. They've made something, especially with the Scout Ornithopter, it's the only time I've ever like flown a vehicle in a game and thought they like killed it. Like the experience of flying the Ornithopter is unlike anything else in any game. And like, this one isn't even nearly as maneuverable, the Assault one, but like just doing like stuff like that and the way that it can glide and the mechanics you use to like travel is unlike anything else I've done in any game. So I think they've really done a great job with that, and it's clearly such like a key part of like the Dune world, so them nailing it is like, you know, I think kind of important. But like just cruising around in this thing, something relaxing about it too. And with the Assault, it's a lot more engaging because you can't just like glide to maintain speed. You have to be like, I'm tapping the W key every, I don't know, 3 seconds so that I don't lose too much speed. Whereas with the Scout, you can literally just set it on, like if you get this marker down, you can just set it and glide almost forever. You rarely need to like do anything to gain more altitude or gain more speed. But I did, I went up to the next tier for my Assault Ornithopter wings. So now my top glide speed is at 160. I do wish that by like improving your wings, you also got less altitude, like drop or something. But like the cool thing is all the ways, like all the equipment in the game is all stuff that they can improve. Like just like an ARPG or whatever, they can add new unique items, they can add new they don't really like have your typical like bosses in this game, or at least that I've seen. But they could add stuff like that, or have like big open world fights where you have to work with other people. Especially if they did that kind of stuff in like a PvP zone. The only problem is what would end up happening is the big guilds would just like gatekeep it essentially. Because they would just, it would be like basically whichever guild got there first would get all the benefits of whatever like big world boss event they had. But with the thrusters, you can see that they, we get up to altitude pretty quickly. Okay, we're gonna grab this real quick. Go get some fuel cells. Because I thought I had farmed a bunch, but I might have left it in storage somewhere in here. Yep, see? I even separated it, but I didn't. I forgot to move it over to the ornithopter. Okay, let me see if I have a bunch of extra fuel cells somewhere. Not in there. Oh yeah, here they are. Okay. Like I said, I knew I had farmed some. We'll take that spice sand with us because we're not going to need it here for the time being. Anything else? Okay. I think we should be good. Just a quick little hiccup. And another thing that I'll say is been super valuable for me. And we can actually, let me drop down first. So I'm not like above altitude. So you have different, I guess you could say like masteries you can go into. And depending on if you're gonna do PvP, and like I said, I haven't really done any PvP yet, so I don't know. I'm sure people who do PvP put a lot of points into like Trooper and Swordsmith or Swordmaster, and then Bene Gesserit, because these are more like attack based. But if you're just looking, if you're playing solo and you're not really going into PvP, or you're trying to avoid it, the Planetologist is by far the most valuable like skill tree to go into, because you get better fuel efficiency when you're flying anything, better fuel efficiency when you're driving anything. You lose less durability when you repair your vehicles. You also get better yields from mining when you're in a vehicle, and better compaction yields for like the spice sand. And I think there's also another one. Oh yeah, and then better yields when you're using a cut array. So there's so many passives here that are like insanely valuable, where you can just get more resources every time you go to farm them. And when every little bit counts, especially solo, I think it's by far the most valuable tree to invest in. And I just barely finished the final quest line for Planetologist yesterday, I think. So now I have like all of the mining bonuses maxed. And like overall, once you get it fully maxed out, it's 20%, which doesn't sound like a ton, but like I said, when you're getting hundreds or thousands of a resource, adding 20% means you're getting like an extra, you know, 200 every 1,000, so that's kind of huge. Also, for any new players, if you're worried about in the world map, because there's like fuel depots or deposits that you can stop at, because like when you first get in here, it's like the longer you're in here, the more water you use, and the further you go, the more fuel you use. As long as you're not like just like flying from side to side blind, like you just figure out where you need to go and you click there, you don't ever run out of fuel, and you should never run out of water. Like, I was super worried about it, or I thought it was like based on like your water levels when you enter the world map, or your vehicle's fuel levels when you enter the world map, but it's not connected to that at all. And I've never once been going from one place to the other and ran out of either. So it's clearly not a huge priority to make sure you're stopping at like all the water deposits or fuel deposits. Okay, we're up to altitude. Then we do the old dip and glide. Just gonna boost our way over these here mountains. So ideally with the assault ornithopter, whenever you come out of boost, you want to try to get to whatever, like either your max speed or near your max speed, because it's a lot easier to maintain once you get there than it is to try to work your way up, and you just end up losing a lot more altitude if you try to work your way up to your max speed. So I found that when you drop back down into your glide, trying to get as close to your max speed off the rip is probably the better method. And I think at our base, even though it was something that I wasn't like actively considering, or like I wasn't planning for sure on building a death still or a blood purifier, I think I should have the resources to make them anyway, because either that or the large wind trap, but that one's quite a bit more expensive, so I don't know if we'll be able to swing that or not. So now we get back up to altitude. So yeah, like I said, on the assault ornithopter, you're gonna have to, or at least for me, where I'm like, I think when I enter the deep desert, my base is about 10,000 meters from where you enter, and I have to do one more, or like in the space of the entrance and to my base, I have to do one altitude gain. I think if I like did it perfectly, I could probably make it all the way here. without having to do it, but like on the Scout, you can easily make it here without ever having to go up in altitude once. Okay, so before I make this, I need to figure out how much power I'm gonna need, because that'll be easier to do beforehand. So we're gonna need 350. Wait, before I do that, let's make sure I don't need those silicone blocks. I need 113. Okay, so we can do that. So yeah, I'm still in the testing phase to figure out if it's better for me to have the wind turbines or not, because they just run out of fuel a lot faster. Whereas you can, as long as you have space, you can just keep building these guys down here, and then you just have to go get some fuel cells for them. But that's why I kind of put it under my base, so I didn't really have to worry about it space-wise. And I haven't had any issues yet. So $75 goes into 350 how many times? I don't know how many of these I need. What's up, RHB? Wait, I think I forgot to switch my... You just reminded me. I forgot to switch all my info around. Your presence reminded me, RHB. Okay. How we doing? Dude, we're chilling. I'm excited for, like, cause now I'm starting to really figure out Dune and like how to get everything set up. So I'm excited because it gives me a bunch of ideas to make like videos for, like guides in the game. And I was surprised. I was looking at the Dune numbers. We talked about it earlier in stream. What is it blocked by? I'm so confused. There's somewhere where it'll work right there. And on the charts, this game is like hitting over 100K or like near 100K every 24 hours. Like its 24-hour peak is like 100K every day, which is kind of crazy. And I don't know why that's surprising to me, because I feel like anyone I've talked to that has really like played the game and put their time into it has really enjoyed it. But like, I feel like you have to like this style of game, like. And I think it could be different if you have like a guild to play with. Because I don't even have a guild, but I've learned that I really enjoy this style of game, so. How's that? What? Perfect. We didn't run out. But yeah, this requires a shit ton of water. 5250 for every. So I wonder if I have. What do I need for this? Okay, we're gonna need duraluminum and silicone. We can farm silicone here. We can't farm duraluminum. And then for the filters for it, what do I need? To see if it's like manageable. I don't know. Probably not. It's probably not worth it. Probably just make more of these the little bitches. Just gotta fill up with these guys. And then also, death still might be an option. I like this game type, just didn't click with this one. Well, here's the thing, RHP. I don't know, like, I think everyone has their own, you know, like what they're looking for in a game or whatever, or like you said, just not connecting or whatever. Because to me, I think with a lot of times with these types of games, the frustrating part to me is getting to the point where you can start actually feeling like you're making progress. And I think in this game, you're gatekept from that until you get an ornithopter. So I was like, I wonder if having an ornithopter, like the quicker you can get one, if that would make it more enjoyable for people who haven't necessarily loved the game, you know? And I built an ornithopter for Zaylin because he joined my server, and I am not sure if that made a difference for him or not, because I haven't seen him so far since then. So that would seem to imply that that didn't have a significant impact on his enjoyment of the game. I'll give it another shot one day. Yeah, traveling seems like a chore. If I could move faster, I bet it would be. Yeah, and I really enjoy, like, I would say the progression of movement in the game where you feel like it's like it makes a big difference is getting the buggy so that you can farm a lot more resources quicker, and then after that it's getting the ornithopter so that you can just move places quicker. Like, the buggy is by far the best at farming resources, but having an ornithopter makes it so when you're doing like tasks or like, you know, there's only this one part of the map that has this resource that you need that's super far away, but that resource isn't very heavy. you can just take your ornithopter out there and it takes you 3 minutes. Like a trip that would have taken 15 minutes there in like either your sand bike or your buggy or whatever turns into like 3 minutes in your ornithopter. And so yeah, I think because like for most people they don't mind like farming, it's just like the wasted time between that is annoying. And so early in the game there is a lot of that feeling, or at least there was for me, where I was just like, dude. Or like I would see something and I'd be like, where do I find this resource? And it'd be like here, and I'm like, that's on the other side of the map. So like in my head I'd be like, I'm gonna put this off as long as I can because it's just a pain in the ass. But then once you start getting things together, you realize that the only thing holding you back is water and like processing time. Like the amount of time it takes for items to like be refined. But like there's so many things you have to do that if you're smart, you're not just sitting around waiting for something to be refined. You're out farming the next thing you're gonna need. What's up, Slug? How are you doing? Oh, did I hit? I don't know if I made sure that that game title was updated. Or the game category. Yes, I hate my time being wasted. See, and that's the thing, because that's kind of how I felt in PoE 2 for a long time. Like, that was one of the big gripes I had about the end game, is I was like, I keep doing everything people tell me to do, and I'm making no progress, like genuine progress of like finding divines and being able to improve my gear and things like that. And they've definitely improved a lot of those aspects in the end game, but I think that was the first thing in that beginning when like the early access started that I started like kind of pushing me away from PoE 2. Cause I was like in D4, I don't have a good time with the gameplay and like the loop, but at least I feel like if I go kill this boss 50 times, I'm gonna feel like I got something out of it. Whether it's like, even if it's just a resplendent spark or, you know, whatever. But like in PoE, it's like I could go do 150 maps and get like 2 divines from it. I was like, and like no gear upgrades. But like the new system is way better than it used to be, but that's definitely where it kind of started. Okay. So we have the spice refinery. What was I? Oh, filters. That's the wrong thing. So honestly, aluminum is gonna be easier to farm. So using these filters is probably technically better. And we're just gonna max it out. Because aluminum is just one resource, whereas the steel that the like makeshift filters require to make is 2 resources, and I can go farm aluminum right out of my main base, whereas with like the iron and carbon, that's like a whole process at my main base. So guys, I made my own monk. That's sick. Flicker strike, ice strike. Massive mana issues. Fixed it tonight with mana remnants. Dude, it's so nice when you like, it hasn't happened a lot for me in PoE 2 just because I kind of got to, every time I tried to like make my own build, I would run into like a brick wall. But like when things start coming together on your build, whether it's your own or one that you're just following, but like all of a sudden you get that one piece of gear that you've been looking for and you're like, oh, now I can actually just like play the game. PoE 2 endgame is still a toddler in comparison with PoE 1. Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing is like, you know, I understand that we got a ways to go before we can really have genuine expectations. So I've tried my best not to be like an early access Andy, so to speak. Wait, how much do these have? It's 3. These ones are both maxed, right? Because you can have 5 in storage. Okay. I do want to see what the time. So 2 days if you have it fully maxed. Okay, interesting. That's another thing that like some people don't like is having the obligation to have to get on to a game just to like maintain. Cause like this game has a lot of things in it and you can have your base set up pretty long term like stable. But like if you're gonna be going into the deep desert and have a deep desert base, you're gonna have to be getting on the game at least once every day or two and like, you know, putting at least an hour or so into it. So when everything comes together, it's a nice feeling. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so we have things up and rolling now here. So we're gonna go through once again. I kind of talked about it when I was back at my main base, but what I think are the key essentials for a deep desert base. Medium ore refinery. Now, if you can afford a large ore refinery, which I haven't gotten to that point yet where I even have one on my main base. What is its power draw? And the requirements. Yeah, it's probably not even worth. Like, you don't need it. It's going to make it so refining certain things is going to be quicker. But just because of the way that you have a deep desert base established, time isn't necessarily your enemy. Like, as things are being processed, you're going to need, like, focusing on having enough water and farming all the components. Like, things are going to be happening while you're doing other things. And if you're not doing something at any given moment, then you're probably wasting time. Because like right now, I could be farming silicone, I could be farming spice sand, I could be farming, what is that called? Aluminum, or not aluminum, titanium. We could be farming stravidium. I have quite a bit of stravidium fiber, and my only drawback right now has been my water. But while water is building up, we could go, at the very least, get some more spice sand, because we don't even have, or I guess we barely have enough to make one batch. And then let's see if I have the resources to make a blood purifier, because that might be a good stopgap So we have enough to make the basic one. That one is probably not worth it. With this, we just need iron, which is so annoying. Could make a death still. But the energy draw for a death still, we would need quite a few. We have enough to make another one of these. We might do that. Like, we're already making the lubricant for it anyway. Oh, I forgot to... That always happens. That's 2 days uptime, essentially, on both of those. It's not too bad. And the only thing that this has that makes it a little bit more consuming, time consuming, and resource consuming is the silicone. But there's plenty of silicone we can farm out here. But once again, that just brings us to our other issue, is water. So having the death still, I don't know. I still can't decide if that's more worth it than just make a bunch of wind traps. But I don't like the fact that, like, I don't even know where I'm gonna get corpses for this. Do we have, let me go do a little scouting real quick, because if we have like a cave here or something that I can farm enemies from consistently without having to go to a different place, then having a death still probably would be a good idea. But if not, ferrying corpses back and forth, unless I'm doing it like every time I come to the deep desert, like from my main base, which when I come back here I usually don't have anything in my inventory really on my ornithopter, so that might not be a big drawback. But getting that first one is gonna be and just like the movement mechanics they have in the game are super fun in my opinion too. Like the suspensor belt, and then you have the like grappling hook thing. You also have this ability, which this is probably a waste and dumb to do, but it's just fun to see. Where essentially you could just glide forever as long as you have power in your power pack. Like you start losing altitude at a certain point, but... Oh shit. I'm over the actual sand. Like that's the place where the worm could get me. And that your suspensor belt actually attracts a lot of attention from the worm Captain Worm does not like the suspensor belt. Oh, I didn't know that you used more energy. Are we gonna make it? Barely. It's fun though. I just probably like, yeah. Because the more you use it, the more it like degrades. So I was like, just doing those antics degraded it like 30%. We can just repair it when we get back to the main base. That's like having a repair station and a recycle station. I don't think is worth it at your deep desert base. Especially playing as a solo, you're just trying to be efficient. We only want things here that we need to like accomplish what we want to accomplish. And like right now, my biggest point of frustration is just water. Because it's like, I have resources to make plastanium, except for water. And it's like going up like 1,000 every 10 minutes with the wind traps. So I think we're definitely gonna need some death stills here. Because even with just the basic one, we get 25,000 milliliters of water every hour. So like maybe even building advanced ones here would be worth it. That might be a test it out type situation, but let's at least make one of these. We need to go find a corpse to bring here. And while we're out, let me make sure that this is empty first. I'm gonna drop some stuff off. I forgot I picked up those fuel cells. But we can farm. We should probably farm some spice. That would be smart. We can take... Like, we don't need any extra stuff while we're out there. Because we want to be able to have as much space in our inventory open as possible. So when we have to hand farm, which a lot of the stuff out here we do have to hand farm, we can get as much as possible. Okay, I did find this like secret place. I don't know if anyone else has really found it yet. Where there's just like an insane amount of aluminum. And then we can, as we're like going from spot to spot, another thing to keep in mind when you're in the deep desert is to always be looking around. So like, you hold right click and it maintains whatever like altitude and direction you were heading on your ornithopter before you hit right click. And it means that you can free look and look around the map, because if you see a spice bloom, that's gonna be the best possible time to go out and farm spice. And they happen like every 10 to 15 minutes. But like, specifically you want to find a medium spice bloom, because you can like fill your entire inventory from one medium spice bloom if there's not a ton of other players farming it at the same time. And it's pretty obvious because the regular blooms, they all essentially sound the same, but the regular blooms stop like showing up on your screen, like they just fade back down, whereas the medium blooms, it like there's a giant purple column that lasts for I don't know, like 10-15 minutes. So it's pretty clear when you have one or the other. And the small spice blooms are kind of just a waste of time to farm, in my opinion, because you can farm them in the Haga Basin anyway, and you're essentially getting like one sand refining from a small spice bloom, whereas you can get like 12 or something from a medium. When am I showing you the ropes and carrying you? Dude, whenever. I want to make a video, like I want to test out starting from scratch and see how fast, now that I know like kind of what to focus on, see how fast I can get to an ornithopter. Because like ideally, if I can do it in like one stream, because I know people have done it in like anywhere between 4 and 8 hours. I think I'd be closer to the 8+ hour mark, but that is something I want to do. But even if you just want to join this server and I can, you know, give you an ornithopter and help you do everything you need to do to get like all your classes unlocked and everything. Cause like, I don't think latency is a huge deal in a game like this. Unless you are doing like PvP. I will try and get up early Saturday. But like, when you wake up early, what time is that for me? Like now? Okay. Cause yeah, I have been fixing my schedule too. Yeah, look at this place, dude. It's a fucking haven of aluminum. Which is like, next to spice, this is the most valuable and like sought after resource. And I know for a fact other people have found this spot already, because I came here, I found it the first day that the wipe happened. But when I came here earlier today, a bunch of these nodes were gone, so that means someone had to have farmed it within the last like hour. But the good thing is the less people that know about it, I don't even care about sharing the resource. It's more so that if a big guild finds out about it, they're gonna like gatekeep it. And they'll like build a base here and build and have people like watching it so that people can't just come and farm it. I woke up an hour ago on the weekend, usually, yeah. No, I get that. But like so like, when I started my stream, would have been probably like, what? That was 4 hours ago. So what time would that have been your time? 2:30 a.m. Yeah, I was gonna say, cause like when you wake up for work was, and I know you wake up early too, and that was like when I was starting my stream at 11 p.m. or like something around that time, or like 10:30 or something, my time. Oh yeah, so this is another thing that sometimes I get distracted and forget what I should be doing. So even though it's just on the other side of this rock mound, leaving my ornithopter here is asking for trouble. Oh, and I didn't even realize that I don't even have to go to the other side. There's some right here. So like I've learned that you either put your ornithopter away if you have a scout ornithopter, or you take it even if it's just like 50 meters. Because you have no idea. There could literally be someone sitting on top of this rock just waiting for me to leave this so that they can destroy it and then have an advantage so that they can grief me. I'm not getting up that early. I wouldn't want you to. Grand Theft Auto, they can't, like, someone I saw earlier in the Deep Desert, you see that chat that's on the left side of the screen? I saw someone earlier talking about how there were some players that had a cheat or an exploit that they found in the game where they were able to steal people's ornithopters. It's not supposed to be able to happen, but what people will do is they'll destroy it. Because ornithopters are expensive to make, and that's like your only resource. So like essentially if someone's here and they destroy my ornithopter, I die. That's it. Even if they don't kill me, I have no way of getting back to my base. I have no way of doing anything. So I'm just dead here. And then I'm stuck in the deep desert, because even if I die here, I like would respawn maybe at my base. But even if I'm at my base, I don't have the resources to make a new ornithopter at my base. So it's like, then you have to find a way to get to a taxi to get back to Haga Basin. Because I don't know if you can respawn in a different zone if you die. Like if I die in the deep desert, I don't think I can respawn in the Haga Basin. So it's like losing your ornithopter is essentially, that's like hours and hours of farming and just getting back to your base to be able, like your main base, to be able to start building your next ornithopter. Oh, well, BRB shower, you're good. You're good at RHP. And whenever you're doing anything in the deep desert, my rule of thumb is try to get as much done as you can at the same time. So like, even though my main goal was to come and find corpses so that I can get more water, I decided that I knew that there was a cave by this rock formation where all the titanium spawns anyway. So I was like, well, we'll just come over here and we'll farm as much titanium as we kind of want. I want to save enough room that I can take back multiple corpses. So, which each one weighs 75. So yeah, we'll probably save the rest of the space just to be safe. Ads in 3 minutes, just a heads up. See, but here's the bad thing. Oh, this is a... I don't know if I can do that. Like if it's just if it's a testing station, the problem is that's where like the unique schematics and stuff are. See, and is that someone's ornithopter over there? Oh wait, did someone get their ornithopter destroyed, dude? Wait, what happened here? I think there's 2 destroyed ornithopters. Or at least like partially destroyed. So yeah, see, this has already become a place where people are griefing. I'm gonna ask. What are we at? G. I need to look at my map real quick. G6 or H6. That go through. These two guys are having a private conversation in general chat. So you got to stay on your toes. As soon as I heard another ornithopter, I was like, dude. Yeah, I wonder what happened to the person. So, it's literally one ornithopter that is almost completely destroyed, and then one that's got a completely destroyed wing. So they definitely got griefed, and whoever came back to help them maybe got griefed as well. But like that... I asked in general chat and nobody responded. I just want to help out if someone, you know, because that's, I don't know. I get it if you're going in to a fight and you want to fight, but like, I'm not a big fan of the whole like griefing and setting up traps and hoarding resource areas. So I need to see if I can find just a regular... Is this an Imperial testing? No, this is a... Okay, there's a little cave or... I'm gonna be honest, this is probably stupid to do. Oh, I can, okay, never mind. I'm gonna bring my ornithopter over here because I can at least have it out of like plain sight from that other side. And after seeing those ornithopters on the other side that got destroyed, I'm not gonna risk it. Or I'm gonna do whatever I can to avoid risk as much as possible. What is this cave called? I wonder if they're all called the same thing. Because I found another one earlier that was called Forgotten Cave.
There's someone here.
Dude, they have so much HP, it's actually insane. We're gonna have to use the sword. I probably want to solo them, like single them out if I can. Yeah, cause see, they eat through my shield so quickly. At least they're blowing themselves up. That is insane. That is stupid. I didn't even use it. We only do heavy attacks around here. Okay. Pick up the body. I need to go back out and check my ornithopter, make sure that it's safe. Looks good. Okay, getting ready for work. Have a good night. Dude, have a great day at work. Be safe. Drive safe. Don't get stabbed. Much love, RHP. Thank you for stopping by, brother. Okay, 1 corpse down, 2 to go. No, fuck, I picked up the wrong shit.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, we have a sandstorm coming, which isn't a problem because I think my ornithopter is technically in cover right now. Is sheltered, perhaps? Let me make sure. Yeah, it says, okay, it's sheltered. We're good. Wait, where did the last body go? It might have despawned. They just despawn after like 5 minutes or something stupid. One of the chests is down here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I think there's another chest in here. Problem is, you don't really get that much from these versus like the Imperial testing stations. I feel like at the very least they have like some kind of unique or blueprint or something that you can get. How long do we have till our sandstorm? And where doth it come from? Wonder if I have enough time to get back. Probably not. It doesn't start giving you warnings until it's like 8 minutes away, I think, so the only thing that could save me is if where I'm going is going to be outside of its reach.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
4 minutes. I still don't even know what direction it's coming from. Well, the good thing is we should be able to make it to another rock, like another outcrop, within 4 minutes. It's probably not smart to leave somewhere that I know is safe, hoping to trader dynamic there would be kind of cool. Reading the general chat in the deep desert can be entertaining though. I enjoy it. I may have run into a problem. I don't think there's another outcrop until I get back to my base. It looks as though. But we would still be getting warnings if, like, I might have made it out of the sandstorm path, or at least that's what I'm hoping. Okay, well, we got our corpses. We farmed some more titanium. We gave our wind traps enough time to hopefully generate us some water. Because if not, we might have to take a sojourn back to Haga Basin. MMO RPG Gold sells cheap Solaris. Thanks, bud. It's insane that in a game like this, like, I don't know, Solaris, I guess, has like some value, but in most situations, I feel like it's only for like single player type purposes. Like, I don't know how the trading system works in this game yet. Okay, assault. Yeah, that water generation speed is way too slow. Cause I got like fucking all these wind traps. 4 of them. It's more than I have on my main base. I'm so confused. What the fuck is a Wattpad? It's like an website for writing stories. Is a website for reading and publishing originally written fiction, connecting with fellow writers and readers. Interesting. Oh, I need to deposit some of these other resources that I don't even know what they're for. Yet. So we have an hour till that's ready. The thing is, we do need silicone. Like, we might just have to go back to main base. Getting the water up in this, that's gonna be my primary concern for deep desert, is figuring out how to have enough water. Which is kind of your primary concern in every stage of Dune, but like, it's gonna be tougher to navigate in the deep desert. Because there's not just like a bunch of corpses easily accessible, and that's kind of the only way. Like, I guess in theory we could just do, every time we go back to base and come back out, just fill the entire ornithopter up with corpses, because like getting a full inventory of corpses wouldn't take that long in Haga Basin. I'm also kind of interested in I want to see what I get out of one of these guys. I never really see anyone messing with these. Where is it? Where can I break into this? Oh, maybe someone already did it. Dude, that bugginess is gonna be the death of me. Oh, I guess I can use that. I just can't. Ugh, I can't leap. Yeah, someone already got everything? Kind of. I guess if they open it up, you can still get stuff out. I just can't even see where else it could be accessed. Why isn't it letting me take this shit? Some of this is actually, it's like worth checking these out. Got a lot of complex machinery from that, which has been another thing holding me back. But I don't need that. Don't need that. And that's not like get there first type resource, which is nice. I didn't realize I was pressing the wrong button. I need to figure out where I need to go. I don't even know what these people are talking about. I did learn to respect dropping the final period to avoid tone issues with fellow millennials. Everyone in here is my age. Everyone in game chat. I need to turn that off. I get way too distracted reading these like 15 different conversations these people are having in general chat. Okay, so now we make our way back to the basin. Yeah, I don't know. I think I need just time to like farm stuff. Like I thought that those wind traps would have more water by now so I could just like make progress, kind of like set things up for the stream. But now, knowing what I know and from experience, I think I need to put more, like set it up better. And I got probably like 20-30 minutes ish of video I might be able to use for explaining things. So we're probably just gonna go back to hunt, because I just feel like right now it's kind of just a waiting game. It's like, you know, I can find things to keep myself busy in this, but busy work isn't super exciting for stream. And I'm also not really in the mood personally. Okay, let's repair before we, because I will forget. the number one things to repair on your ornithopter, like the things that lose durability the fastest, are wings, generator, and engine. Your hull, your chassis, your storage, your cockpit, all of those things only really seem to ever need to be repaired if your vehicle takes damage either from another player or from a sandstorm. That's my experience, at least. Okay, what do we have? We don't have anything in there. Now we got advanced machinery too, not just complex. We got all the way up to advanced. We're gonna need some more aluminum too. I'll have to take a bunch back with me when I go into the deep desert next. Okay, while we're in between, I am gonna run to the restroom again real quick. Okay, BRB. Wait, why didn't that work? There we go. Good thing is, I have a plan for Hunt. Or at least what I want to try. Because I need to get better at solo encounters. And the only way to do that really is to either do solo like duos, solo trios. But I think it's tough in those situations just because the couple times I've tried solo duos or trios, I died to a solo who was playing the way that I don't want to play solo. They were just like hiding in a bush and being a solo. I don't have anyone to come res me when someone hiding in a bush one-shots me, so we'll see. I think Soul Survivor is the way to go, but I don't think it's a very popular game mode, so we'll see how long if we can get into a game. There we go. Okay, let's see how long it takes. And the cool thing about Soul Survivor is, like, in theory, well, not in theory. First off, you get a free hunter. It comes with like a starter weapon, just some random pistol or something, and that's it. Everything else you have to find in the match, but anything you find in the match, you get a keep if you survive. And it's like only one person can make it out, so. But it should help me get better at like learning how to engage in different circumstances. So if I'm the person who opens the wellspring, that means people are going to try to be pushing in to where I'm at. And if somebody else activates the wellspring, I'll have to get better at like pushing someone who's holed up somewhere. And learning how to be more aggressive sometimes in those situations, because it's all time too, so I'm gonna have to be you know, more aggressive, most likely. That was only like 2 minutes, which isn't bad. I don't know in this game mode though if you can find like traits and stuff, because I haven't played enough of it. But when I have played, I haven't seen like traits like lying around, so maybe it works the same way as the normal game where like if you kill meatheads there's like a chance, but I also don't know how it works with the event. Yeah, because there's no supply carts. I picked medium range and it gave me a bow. Medium is supposed to be a pistol, it literally says. a low-grade pistol. I don't need fire decoys. I don't need what I don't know how to use. Oh, so there are event things. I just don't think there's like the event stuff in the match. Concertina trip mines are actually pretty solid. Depending. What is this? Actually, I'm gonna keep the bow and switch this for this. I don't need a scoped pistol that... A scope Nagant. Who did that? How did I miss this? Silence Frontier. I think that's better. It's all that way. Got another regeneration shot. Yeah, I don't even see any elite monsters in this game mode. Like, I haven't seen a single hive or immolator. I don't need dusters for anything. Dude. The monster sounds are more jarring, though. There's a hive. Maybe just less monsters spawn altogether. We got a penny shot. That's not bad. Dude, our tools are actually kind of OP. Chaos bomb? No. I don't know what I heard. Where is this? Can I? Oh yeah, dude. Drilling is Bay for me. A Spectre. Honestly, we might take that. A Spectre and a drilling might be better. We lose the silencer, which isn't my favorite thing in the world, but I did hear gunshots at one point. There. Where is he? Oh, Donovan. The problem with this game mode is I've noticed that also a lot of times I run into mode where like I don't, oh my god, that's so perfect. Like it sounds like he's fighting someone now. Like I would prefer that we have more of a engagement. Okay, I hear dogs barking. Okay, we're close enough. Okay, he's further over. He's just right up there. This is what I hate though. This situation. Me pushing to him. Dude, it fell down. I went to throw my dynamite. That almost would have been perfect too. But I couldn't get it up and over the railing. The worst part is I actually hit him too. So apparently there was someone else there too. Because I just heard someone else die from not pushing quick enough. Oh, that's so annoying. Honestly, I'm surprised that it didn't, that dynamite didn't kill him too. Because that's one of the super dynamite. Honestly, like, yeah, that's just so frustrating. Because if I would have got it over the railing, we would have been fine. Hey, went better than I would have, or let's just put it this way, went better than it usually has doing the Soul Survivor. Because typically it's like, I get to where they're at, and they're like just like completely barricaded in somewhere where there's no chance for me like getting in there. And then also the weapons that I find are not great. Like the last time I played, someone had found just an absurd amount of concertina traps and had just like procced them everywhere, and they were just hiding in a corner. So I literally couldn't, like, the only way I would have been able to clear out their traps is if I had like 5 explosives. And then you're sitting there trying to blow up their concertina while they can just like come around the corner and shoot you at any time. Okay, we're going back to old faithful. So yeah, I just need to practice or like play that game mode more often. It's just the thing is that it's not super exciting to me, like because I never run into people out in the world when I'm playing that game mode. Like I only ever run into someone when they're at the wellspring and I'm like pushing them. But then like usually it's just that situation where it's 1v1, me versus him, and they only have to focus on me. There's no one else that I can fight other than the guy, and everyone's kind of just creeping around the whole time. Yeah, see, me and him were the only ones in the lobby. So, whatever sound I heard wasn't another person, because it was only me and him. And in theory, there could be, what? 11 other people other than me? But I don't think it's a very popular game mode anyway. So the only time you'd probably ever find people, like find a decent lobby, is like at peak hunt time, which is, I think it's like 2 or 3 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so there's a peak at noon. So from 7 a.m. Is that right? Or what am I looking at? No, okay, so from 1 p.m. till 6 p.m., 7 p.m. is the peak hours. It's probably when I play the least. I'll peak your time or something. What's up, dude? I got service back on my phone. Nice. Dude, that's great, Beef. I'm chilling, dude. We played some Dune. I learned that I had not properly prepared. So I was like, you know, it's one of those games where so much of it is just like traveling and farming resources, which I don't mind, but like I want to do a lot of that stuff off stream so that when I'm on stream, it can be more about like making progress and, you know, doing the like dungeons, even though they're called like Imperial testing stations. So yeah. There was a storm in Vegas, knocked everything out. What kind of storm? That's crazy. Vegas isn't a big storm type place. Or at least I haven't heard of many. Yeah, I get kind of the grindy stuff, but like, if someone wants to watch Dune, they kind of know what they're in for, because that's like 80% of the gameplay is just like that, farming resources and like moving those resources. Farming resources so you can farm resources better. Why is it so fucking quiet? How much you want to bet someone's like sitting in a bush with a sniper rifle?
Not cool. Good job.
Dude, that's so unlucky. Literally, as I crouch in there, they pull the corner. So there's like nowhere I can go. But that second shot was more of a panic shot. The first shot I hit him. If it would have been a headshot, we would have been good. Thank you. Thank you.
We got people behind us where we came from.
Fuck, I keep trying to fire empty guns.
Dude, there's no fucking way. Every time. How do I headshot that guy? That is the dumbest obstacle in this game. There's been so many times I've hit someone with a headshot through that window and they haven't died. And of course he hits me with that.
Shit, sorry.
Someone's here at the front door. Watch out.
You're good,
How did that not hit that person?
It sounds like there's one out in front, but the rest are still
He's in here.
I got one that was behind us from Rhoda.
He's got a bow at the front door.
Yeah, that's the same guy that was trying to find us. He's inside, he's at the bottom. I had a fucking empty gun.
Nice.
Good shit, good shit. We haven't started banishment, right?
No.
No, we can do it as soon as I get him up.
Okay, sweet, sweet.
I'm watching him because I think he's probably solo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is.
Yeah, I haven't seen him with anyone else. Let me know if you see a purple box.
We've got people behind us. 135. Not anymore.
There's still someone creeping out here.
God damn it, I can't believe I passed up the opportunity for a headshot. You had no idea I was here.
Getting laggy.
Nice.
Nice.
Got both of them, I think.
I saw that handle moving and I thought it was a person for a second. Just rain. Gets very monsoon kind of storms. That's crazy. I would never expect that in Vegas. But I've never, like, I haven't really ever spent a ton of time in Vegas, so I have nothing to compare it to, I guess. I just assume, you know, desert is gonna be not. Probably just gonna wait till we extract and then res.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't go super well. I was like a fucking headshot magnet. It's usually not that wet, like my ex. Oh my god. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, GG's. Thanks for the carry.
GG. No
Stay
problem.
thirsty, my friends. I love the beef. I love the beef. We got a different gun though. Because the gun I usually take in there is like a not very expensive gun. So anything I get out of there typically is going to be improvement, at least like value wise. Okay, we're gonna have to run it back because I'm not content with that game. Okay, so we need regen. Maybe we take a bundle too. Sure, why not? Okay, that's what we'll do. Because we have the points for it. Cost 5? Frontiersman cost 5? The fuck? Guess bleed is probably good. Okay, so we were gonna try out the auto for shoddy because I have not really used the auto at all. And then what's our main gonna be? Ranger? I like the Ranger. How much is this game? I don't know. I think it was on sale for like 15 bucks or something. I'm not sure if it's still on sale. Let me see. Yeah, it's only 15 bucks right now. $50% off. Is that when the event dropped? Because it's got like mixed reviews. Like overall reviews are mostly positive, but recent reviews it's got mixed. And I want to know why. Oh yeah, they had to do a rollback. I forgot about that. Okay, that makes sense. They released a new event and then their servers were down for like 32 hours or something. So you couldn't even play the game for... Well, no, their servers weren't down for that long, but their servers were down for like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 hours, and then they had to do a rollback to a previous update. Yeah, it was like, it was PoE 2 all over again. But theirs was even worse because they just didn't say anything for like 24 hours. So everyone's like, what's going on? Is the event gonna happen or what's happening? And then eventually they came back and were like, hey, we've been working all night to figure out what's going on. Let's try West servers. Because it is that, like, time where East Coast is going to be... There's going to be less people online, in theory. But yeah, I paid full price for this game when I got it, I'm pretty sure. And... to get a game that I've had, whatever, 600 hours out of even for 30 bucks is pretty insane. But it's got like a pretty steep learning curve. So if you're not the type that wants to like be overwhelmed a little bit in the beginning, because it is a little bit overwhelming when you first start playing and figuring out like all the different monster types and how's the best way to kill the monsters, and then, you know, learning, because it's not like any other FPS game I've played. It's not like you can peek to try to figure out where an enemy is and not die. In this game, it's like if you peek and you get headshot, you're just dead. Your teammates can revive you, but it's like, yeah, there's not a lot of forgiveness. So you have to learn how to play where you're like moving as much as possible when you're not like in cover or inside a building or something. And even then, there's been times where I've got headshot through a wall because like I peek, see someone, take a shot at them, hit them in the leg or something, and then I go back around the corner and they shoot and their shot hits the wall. Like, I think a lot of times it's lucky, but you sometimes play against those really good players that are just like have really good timing and predicting. So like once you walk away from the window, depending on the direction, they can just like predict where you're, like the speed you're moving and where you're going, and just shoot you through the wall. Which I try to do all the time, and I feel like the amount of wall bang shots I have taken versus the amount that I've hit, I probably have like a 5% hit rate. And even on like wall bangs where I know where the person is, sometimes you just shoot through walls because you know they're in like the general area and you're just hoping that you hit one. But even when I know like that this person is here or like within 2 meters of either direction, and I'll shoot multiple shots and not hit a single one. We'll come back there later. Teammate's already dead. Perfect. How are these shots not hitting? There we go. Peek again, bitch. How is that not going through? I don't have anything to burn him with. Wait one sec, there's a hellfire over here. I need to get more ammo. I forgot to grab ammo. Oh, she died too. I didn't realize they were both dead. Terminus.
There. Thank you.
Where are they? Are they down low? Oh, they are. I feel like I'm hearing so many footsteps and I don't see shit. Oh my god. What a throw. It only happened because he started the fire first. Yeah, what a weird fucking fight. I just hear him jumping around everywhere. I didn't see him a single time. That's what's so frustrating is they said they like improved like directional audio and I'm like, all I knew is they were running on wood, but when they're running up above me or on the same level as me or below me, it all sounds the same to me. And it's like, well, they're supposed to have more hollow and something footsteps when they're below you and more like pointed and something footsteps, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what that, like, to me, just like directionally show me, because whatever this is isn't working. And I think it's only in like specific situations where like you're in a wooden building with other people that are also in the same wooden building, then you can kind of figure out where footsteps are coming from. But like in that situation, I have zero idea. And I have people shooting at me where I don't even know where they are. doesn't really change the outcome because that guy just had a perfect frag grenade. And I wonder if he did it on purpose, because if he did it on purpose, that is pretty insane. I assume he did, but I think when he first shot that lantern, he was just trying to burn my teammate. I don't think he was trying to... I don't know, maybe it was just like an insane... high IQ play. What's crazy is I also had... Oh yeah, Bulwark doesn't do anything for frag grenades. So I was gonna say, I even had Bulwark, but for some reason, that's the only type of explosive that doesn't protect you from... Like, Bulwark protects you from every other kind of explosion except for frag grenades. It's a better way to phrase it. Yeah. No wonder. And I think this is why I hate West Coast lobbies. Because, like, I feel like on East Coast, you have more balance to the MMR. And then on West Coast, I feel like every time on West Coast, I look at my lobbies and it's like, my entire team is 3 stars. We're playing against a 5-star, a 4-star, and a 3-star. A 6-star and like a 3-star. And then the other team was like a 5-star and a 2-star or something. And the guy who killed our entire team was a 5-star. Which there's no... I just feel like there's no situation where 5 stars should be in lobbies with 2 and 3 stars. Even if you're solo. I think if you're playing solo, there should be like a cutoff. Like, yeah, it should be, you should be playing against less, like, definitely not people in the same rank as you because it's 3v1 or 2v1 or whatever. But like, if you're above 4 stars, the lowest you could play against is 4 stars. And if you're below 4 stars, then you can play, like, if you're 4-star or below, it can be anyone that's in that lower ranking. Because the difference between a 5 or a 6-star and a 3-star is pretty significant. There's no way they're actually fighting already, right? I feel like it's just bait. It's insane that that guy just went around that corner. You can't even see me. Stop peeking. I see him. Now I don't. As soon as I see him, he moves. That is so stupid. Ugh. Getting so annoyed at this game sometimes, where it's just like, dude, if I can't see you, you can't see me, right? But no. It's one of those things where it's like you only have a very specific angle. Like I jumped up there, and as soon as I saw that guy running towards me, I should have just jumped down, but instead I was gonna try to shoot his teammate. But like at a certain point you think that eventually you should run into someone who doesn't just like do exactly what best case scenario would be. But to me, it doesn't feel like that ever happens. It just feels like every time I run into an enemy, I'm like, okay, there's no way they could have seen me, or like that guy went in at the very beginning of the game, he didn't even kill me. But he goes and throws an explosive, and I see him throw the explosive, and I know that he's gonna come back where he's coming back, but somehow out of his peripheral, he's throwing an explosive in a different direction, but he saw me out of the corner of his eye, and he whips around the corner and then hits me, and I hit him. So neither of us got a kill shot, but it was just like, what are the odds? Like if I whip around a corner, even if I think that I know where someone might be, like the odds of hitting that shot when you first come around the corner seems pretty low. But like there's like 10 games of examples, more than that probably, where people do that, where they just whip around the corner and they hit their first shot. Like they're kind of guesstimating where I'm gonna be, and I'm holding an angle, so that you'd think that gives me a big advantage. But not in this game. There are no advantages. Your advantage is playing against weaker opponents. Yeah, 6-star, 5-star, 4-star. This team was the only other team that was like, should be in our lobby. I think I just need to be like quicker with the trigger too. Just like, because whenever I try to take my time, even if I hit the shot, it's never a headshot, so might as well just like pull the trigger and hope for the best, because I think that's what like 90% of people do anyway. Because there's no way that guy that shot me through the wall was like, oh yeah, this is a headshot, watch this. become an effective sniper, consider adding more traits that specialize on aiming improvements. That is actually true. Like, if you're using scoped guns, I feel like there's a lot more traits to help with scope guns than non-scope guns. Because, like, the only one you have for non-scope guns is Iron Eye. God, I hate when my team just runs straight into the building. Never works out. First in the building, first dead. Oh, I'm dead. Where the fuck is this person? What I hate. Oh, of course, he's right there. Watching exactly where I am. Oh, this guy's cheating. Right? He's just shooting through walls and hit a headshot? Or was he in the building the whole time? Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I was like behind walls though. I'm so confused. That was the person. I need to see kill view. Oh yeah. So somehow that is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But there's another prime example. I don't even know. I had a teammate right there, a teammate over here, and somehow there's a chick inside the building shooting us. Like I said, first in, first dead. Always. It never goes well. That time, I don't even, there's nothing I could have done, honestly. Other than just like predict that team was gonna make it like push straight into a window. Cause I was just trying to reorient myself because homeboy shot me through the window. Which, yeah, that was probably a stupid peek, but at the same time, it's like one of those situations where at some point you gotta, like, move. And I went to where I thought was a safe spot because it was behind a piano in the building that the rest of my team was already in, that there was nowhere they should have been able to push into at least the upstairs. Downstairs it would have made sense. Haven't I played? Is this the same two guys? It's one of them's the same. Yeah, I don't even want to play Clash. It's not. It ain't it. RN. Okay, we're gonna try that. See if we, actually already have her. She's basically ready to party. So we'll just do that. They did say with the new update too, Clash MMR is like supposed to be different than regular MMR. So they're supposed to be like independent of each other, which I don't know. Doesn't really seem to make a difference where you're at versus where you get placed. Oh, I should have put a Terminus shotgun on. Since I have like 0 experience with the Terminus, but it's one of my weekly challenges. And any semi-automatic shotgun in this game is going to be pretty solid. Terminus is probably the one I see the least. Like, you see a lot of the Spectre, the Auto, and what's the other one? Spectre, Auto, and Slate. Once thrown, the flash bomb will only display a hit marker if it has blinded a hunter. Apparently, there was like an era where the flash bomb was like one of the most used consumables, which seems crazy because you never ever see anyone running it now. And the reason why is that you used to be able to just throw it, and now you have to like, there's like a priming animation where you shake it and it makes a noise, so like other people know that you're getting ready to throw it so that they can get away from it. Which kind of makes sense, like that's what all the other explosives use, but back before they had that, it was apparently it was pretty popular. Dude, I love this skin for this gun, except for the giant...
With a couple of lovely ladies.
The giant... fucking, dream catcher on the side of it that, like, blocks a bunch of your field of view.
Flow. That's a cool name.
What's up, Morgs? When his hunt carries? Whenever. I play it like almost every day. Actually, I probably play at least one game a day. Register. Nailed it. Did he drop anything? Fuck it. Pitcher's one of those traits that I get a bunch of the time, and I don't know if I've ever utilized it. Because I, like, don't ever use explosives, and when I do, it goes poorly. Like, I either kill myself or my teammate, or don't even hit the target at all. The best ones, though, are like the where you just like hold it for too long and you end up killing yourself and the enemy at the same time. Because they like rush you when they hear you lit the fuse. I cannot wait to try this. We're chilling, yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of tired. My schedule is so crazy lately. I've been going to bed at like midnight and waking up at like 6 a.m. every day for the last like 3 or 4 days. So now it's like I literally was wondering, I'm like, why am I so fucking tired? And it was like, I don't know, 11:45 or something. It's like, oh yeah, well, because I've been going to sleep. And I started the stream at 7:30. It's the earliest I've started my stream in, like, if it hasn't been like an event, like a new season of something, I don't think I've started to stream this early in 6 months. And I still started it later than I probably should have. Bitch. Where were they shooting? That's not far. That is not far. Hopefully we have the element of surprise, or they turn right as we get close and headshot me. Those are the only options. Why can I not jump on that rock? Let me up. Hambone graduated on Sunday. How'd it go? That's so sick. I got my mage into Delirium maps. Nice. How was your adventures into D4? Dude, some people are so stupid. Like my teammate, he thinks that like, okay, I'm gonna run around while it's perfectly silent and then I'm gonna crouch. Like they already heard you, so now the element of surprise is gone, so what's the point of even crouching afterwards? Yeah, that's gotta be like near the front of the building or around the side. Like I feel like they're outside the wall on this other side.
Rival.
What is up with... I just heard someone over here. What is this person doing? I can't tell which way they're going. Now they have explosive arrows. Perfect.
Below us somewhere.
There's a whole team on me. One of them has frag arrows. I'm in such a shit situation.
He's got a rival, watch out.
If that kills me, I swear to God. fact that neither of those hit is disgusting. At least the second one. The first one was a pretty bad shot. Second one was solid though. Where is she? Dude, my teammate just killed 2 of them with a fucking 1 dynamite. I did the Arbiter yesterday. Dude, that's sick. By yourself? Crag, we'll take that. See, and that's the thing is I'm always trying to balance the line because I feel like when I do play aggressive, I just instantly die. And then when I play cautious, I usually survive. But then I hate not being a part of like the fight, you know? Oh, they're burnt out. Oh, they're going for both.
How many bars?
Here, come here. Who's missing bars? Hopefully it worked. You can only use it on someone who's missing bars, so it's got a safeguard. Where's a teammate running?
I'm gonna hit this wagon, maybe get some force up boom or something.
The shitty part is they already have a bounty, so they already have dark sight. No harm in trying to get close while our teammate from... He's not that far. I was going to say 300 meters, but even though he might be 300 meters, it's not that far in the grand scheme of things. That door's open, but nobody's in there. I don't see anyone anywhere, dude.
There's a full shot here.
So what? I can't tell if my teammate has an accent or a speech impediment. Perfect idea. Now they'll have no idea where we're coming from. Just kidding, it wouldn't have made a difference. They have... I feel like they'll probably just try to extract.
Do something?
That's what I would do if I was them. They're not even moving. It's gotta be a chaos bomb, right?
Are you on the middle? Yeah.
Sounded like one of them on the middle as well, I don't know.
Can I throw through here?
Well, beware pen. Back to please back.
This is mayhem. So many noises. Where is that? Are they running? I think they're just like super camped out in there. Like, my teammate is just shooting, but I don't think he's shooting at anything. I'm gonna throw a chaos bomb in there. Where are they? I keep thinking they're out and they're not. I'm just worried I'm gonna get fucking domed from like over there or something.
Fuck, someone show me.
I should have saved my explosive for right there. Do I have necro? think there's a way to... Oh shit, there he is. Got one. She's dead right there. Are you kidding me? I had the wrong bullets? So annoying.
Nice.
That was so funny. He was just behind him, shooting them all with a silenced gun. And they couldn't figure out where he was, apparently. Oh yeah, I can get health back from this. I never use this properly. Oh, a crag with incendiary? Incendiary? This is the one that I downed.
Are there any goodies that
Rampage. Is there something I can throw this at?
Rampage.
Oh, 2 hive bombs. You want to know what's worse than 1 hive bomb? 2 hive bombs.
There's also a, you know, a line, supply line. Yeah.
Nailed it, dude. Of course, we're gonna get this hunter to 50, and it's the one that I don't need to be at 50. Oh, there's a cash register. I'll take that, though. We're only 16 away from another point. Event point. What a weird match, too. Like, we fought 2 teams. At that first place. And it was like a super sweaty fight, and then my teammate kills 2 of them with 1 explosive. Where are we going? Oh my god. Because I shot that guy and then it landed on... Oh, fuck. Oh, he can go in the water? I didn't know that. Dude, fuck out of here. Doctor? Sure, why not? I fell asleep and woke up and you're still streaming. Yes, sir. This is my last game though. I'm about to hop off. I just, I didn't want to end on a bad game. Well, you had a couple tough ones in a row. So I was like, hey, we'll make it work, you know? Is there... I hate force shopping when I don't want it. I'll make you bust. Wait. What the B-Dog? What is up, brother? How goes? That's not stolen. Ruh-roh.
Doctor, that was back there.
We already have gun runner. I don't even know what the fuck does Corpseer do. Someone explain to me the purpose of Corpseer. Okay, where are we going? Eastbound and down. Took my kill. Actually, I probably would have missed that shot. TBH. You're dead, bitch. Kill my teammate in 3, 2, just kidding. GG. GG's, boys. Boom. Holy shit, it's 2 in the morning. Okay. Let's figure out who I'm gonna raid. Or Yeah. I feel like I've been doing raids for this long. Might as well keep them going, you know? Know what I'm saying? Okay, let's see what people are playing. Dude, I kind of want to raid Wingless, but the thing is he just started. Like, he's not even in it. You know what I mean? We're probably gonna do it anyway, though. I haven't been able to raid him in forever, and I love Wingless. It's only 3 a.m. What do you mean? Dude, I've been going to bed at like midnight lately. It's crazy. Okay, well, Wingless is still on his stream starting soon screen, but Wingless is a super awesome, what is the term, proper term? Because it's not armless, but that's what he is. Streamer. He plays games with his feet, and he is super chill beans. So we're gonna go in and raid him, show him some love. Like I said, super dope dude, and he's the one who brought in, I think, the Ambrosia raid. Ambrosia. That's not how I can't believe. Is that really how ambrosia is spelled? I don't know. It's a weird word. Who knows? Who knows how ambrosia is spelled, right? It's 3 a.m. for you? Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's 2 in the morning for me, 3 a.m. for uppercase, and 10 a.m. for B-Dog. Dude, you're good, B-Dog. Have a great night. We're raiding out anyway. Thank you guys, everyone who hung out. Much love. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, so we're gonna keep doing this stuff. I don't think there's anything that's like coming out that's gonna, you know, switch up things, but like I want to be making more like videos and stuff for Dune, because I think that there's not a lot of good, like easily digestible content for Dune. But that might be more just like YouTube only, because it just doesn't seem ideal for streaming unless you have like a huge audience and they're just there to hang out. So yeah, we'll see, but I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying Hunt. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, so hers was Ambrosia. But I just said Ambrosia, but I said, is it just Ambrosia? I don't even know. Either way, much love, y'all. I hope you have a wonderful day / night / morning / whatever it is, wherever you are. And I will see you guys soon. Peace.